Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. I left the interview feeling half weightless, the way you do when you walk out of an office convinced you have said all the right things. The sun was beating down, my blazer felt like a wool blanket, and the parking lot shimmered. I decided I deserved something cold before creeping into late afternoon traffic. A Jamba Juice sat 2 doors down from the professional complex, and the moment I pictured a mango smoothie condensation already formed in my mind. That settled it. I ducked inside, ordered, thanked the barista, and stepped back out into the heat with the plastic cup pressing dew against my palm. The plaza spread out in a semicircle around me. Brick pavers, planters with wilting marigolds, a line of cars angled toward the sidewalk. I set my drink on a waist-high ledge, slid the strap of my purse off my shoulder, and began fishing for keys. Even in heels I can usually find a rhythm, but cobblestones throw that off. It took a minute to shuffle through receipts, a travel-sized lotion, and the candidate packet the hiring manager had handed me. That pause was long enough for someone to step up behind me. I'd heard no approach, just the sudden drop of a man's voice at the shell of my ear. "A pretty little girl like you ought to be wearing perfume." Every syllable crawled over my skin. It wasn't the words, it was the low, whisper-smooth delivery, the kind certain men practice because they believe it passes for charm. The phrase, "pretty little girl," snapped my spine straight. I turned fast, heel wobbling, drink sloshing. An older man, early 40s maybe, stood too close, leaning as if to catch the scent he thought should be there. Tan sport coat, pale shirt, sunglasses tucked into the front pocket, smile that never reached his eyes. One glance and every internal alarm I possessed began shrieking. I stepped back, almost rolling my ankle on uneven stone, almost spilling the smoothie down my blouse. Purse strap tangled at my elbow, keys still lost in clutter. No pocket knife. Hadn't considered bringing it because the building's security downstairs checked bags and knives slowed that process. My mouth opened, but any clever reply jammed behind my teeth. Instead I managed a tight, "Excuse me," the polite edge my mother trained into me since childhood. He showed perfect teeth and eased half a step back, but his eyes stayed locked on my face. I turned, retrieved the cup, fished a little harder for keys, and started a deliberate walk toward my car. Short steps, slow steps. Heels aren't built for anything else. But I focused on posture, on the knowledge that parking lot cameras watched somewhere overhead, that midday shoppers could cross at any moment. I did not look over my shoulder. I forced my breathing even, though my pulse galloped. Behind me shoe soles scraped. "Miss, you dropped this!" I glanced back. He dangled a receipt, my drink receipt that must have slid from my bag when I flinched. "No thanks," I called, hoping breezy disinterest might cut the thread between us. Whether he believed that or not, I couldn't slow. Concrete columns separated rows of vehicles. Mine sat 4 down, silver compact sedan baking in the sun. 10 yards to safety, then 8, then 7. Footsteps fell into pace with mine, crunching pebbles. "I just want to talk," he said, almost casual. "Girl like you should have the finest perfume on her body. I got samples in my trunk." The words clanged inside my skull. Every self-defense article, every seminar snippet about stranger danger compressed into one neon warning. Do not, under any circumstance, go to a second location. I shifted left, edging into the narrow aisle between my car and the next. He mirrored, giving me space but not distance. He spoke with salesman ease. His eyes carried something hungrier. "No, thanks," I repeated, louder now, voice pitched to travel. "I'm allergic." He halted. I kept forward momentum, hard hammering. Keys at last surfaced from purse debris. The fob's red panic button felt like a lifeline. I popped the lock, light indicators flashed, and I prayed the beep carried to passing ears. 1 more yard. I kept my peripheral vision tight. He moved, footsteps quiet but quickening. Running, but trying to hush it, like a predator closing in at the last instant. I turned in a snap. He was maybe 3 feet behind, cheeks flushed, right hand sliding into his jacket pocket. My own hand stayed buried in my bag, fingers wrapping keys so they poked between knuckles. No knife, but steel points will do in flesh. Heat rushed down my arms, adrenaline flooding until the world sharpened, a bird call distant, an exhaust pipe rattling, the citrus smell of my smoothie curling in warm air. A calm focus blanketed my panic, fight chemicals overriding flight. We locked eyes. He feigned a smile, though his shoulders were tight. "Come on," he said soft. "Just have a look." No, I didn't let my voice waver. Step back. For a breathless moment neither of us shifted. Then he straightened, flexing fingers, maybe recalculating. The false grin widened, teeth too bright. "Okay. Maybe next time." He winked, the gesture oily, took 2 slow backward steps, pivoted, and walked toward the plaza. Only when he crossed the open lane and strolled in front of Jamba Juice did I breathe. He paused at a white sedan, popped the trunk, rummaged through items I couldn't see, still glancing over every few seconds, checking whether I approached. I did not. I slid into my car, slammed locks, yanked seatbelt, and guided the key into ignition with shaking fingers. No tear surfaced yet, shock holds back sound. I pulled out of the space, rolled toward the exit. He never looked away, one hand braced on the raised trunk lid. Once clear of the lot I drove 3 green lights, then wheeled into the hospital parking structure where my interview had taken place. Only then did my vision blur. Adrenaline collapsed inward, replaced by tremors that made gearshift movement jerky. I fumbled for my phone and called my husband. Words tumbled faster than breath. He wanted to drive to me immediately, but no vehicles sat available and public buses crawled at rush hour snail's pace. Instead he spoke calm into the speaker, stayed on the line while oxygen returned to my limbs. After 20 steady minutes I lifted my gaze, inhaled, and started the car again. That evening fear replayed on loop. I measured differences. 5-inch heels shaved sprint speed to nothing. 95 pounds simplified any abduction attempt. A missing pocket knife left only house keys as weapons. I pictured his trunk. Whether perfume samples existed or not, I knew what else could have waited. Duct tape, zip ties, an untraceable drive to nowhere. The next day I bought a second folding blade and clipped it into the new purse. I added a small canister of pepper spray, one that fit alongside lipstick. And I promised myself that if a stranger's first line felt wrong, I would not accept conversation, not for politeness, not for fear of seeming rude. Every instinct that flared in those seconds had been correct. Teaching instinct to speak louder than courtesy might one day buy crucial seconds. I never saw him again. No lingering figure outside grocery doors, no familiar face behind sunglass lenses. Maybe he cruised that plaza on a schedule and moved on. Maybe a less cautious target wasn't so lucky. I hold on to one image, his face the moment I refused, how the smile thinned but his eyes measured. He understood that I had assessed danger and prepared to strike. Perfume trunk stranger, we will never meet again. My keys still bear faint scratches from being braced as claws, small reminders each time I unlock a door. Whenever July heat thickens the air or smoothie condensation dampens my palm, memory rises unbidden. And each time I slip a hand into my purse, fingers brush cold metal confidence, and I walk the last yards up any parking lot aisle with eyes alert, shoulders squared, and adrenaline already on a hair trigger, because practice says that is sometimes what lets a pretty little girl leave on her own 2 feet. The 4th of July of 2014 is welded into my memory so completely that I can still feel the press of humid evening air on my forearms whenever I think about it. Every Independence Day before and since blurs together, an interchangeable collage of charcoal smoke, laughing neighbors, and the dull pops of kids' bower rockets down the block. but that one stands out in microscopic detail the way a single bright dot of a firework hangs in darkness before exploding. At first, nothing about the day suggested it would be even slightly unusual. In fact, the afternoon began with the most predictable preparations my family performs every summer holiday. We live in a mid-sized suburb outside a far larger city in the Midwest. My parents have occupied the same brick split-level house since before I started kindergarten, and over the years they mastered a comfortable rhythm whenever the calendar flipped to July. My mother would take inventory of all the folding lawn chairs to make sure every locking hinge still worked, would spread them out on the garage floor in order of priority. First chairs with cup holders for my father and herself, then the 2 matching canvas seats for my brother and me, and finally a motley collection of emergency stools and beach chairs in case extended family tagged along. Next, she'd review the cooler situation. My parents owned several, each assigned a specific role: a small hard-shell igloo for bottled water, a medium soft-sided cooler for sandwiches and cut fruit, and a giant rolling Coleman for whatever group snack seemed likely to lure our friends to our picnic blanket. On that particular holiday, Mom chose pretzels stuffed with peanut butter squares, cheddar-flavored popcorn, and plastic pouches of sour candy that changed tongues' neon colors. While she sorted snacks, my father handled logistics, locating spare leashes for our 2 dogs, checking windshield washer fluid, and mapping which side streets might shortcut crowded arterial roads once fireworks ended. He prides himself on what he calls tactical parking. It means finding wide lots at slight angles to the launch field so we can sit in minimal traffic afterward. That year he decided we would park just outside the municipal golf course and walk roughly half a mile to the open field where the city set up the pyrotechnics. "We'll be back on the main road before everyone else remembers where the ignition key goes," he told us, winking. By 5 o'clock the sun still blazed like a spotlight, but inside our house the central air made us feel as though we had stolen a corner of October. Dad grilled hamburgers on the deck so none of us would need to buy overpriced concessions later. My little brother Taylor, 12 going on forever, insisted on placing miniature American flag toothpicks into every bun. I rolled my eyes at him while pretending not to notice that I had kept one of the flags and tucked it behind my ear like a beret. At 6:30 we loaded the sedan, dogs in the cargo space behind the rear seat, coolers stowed under the folding chairs, extra blankets wedged between the wheel wells. Mom double-checked that the plastic water bowl for the dogs was inside the side pocket of the igloo, whispered quick prayers that one dog wouldn't get carsick, and we reversed down the driveway. All of that domestic choreography, so disciplined and ordinary, meant I had no reason to sense danger hovering even hours later when twilight finally softened the sky. By the time we pulled onto the narrow lane bordering the golf course, a soft breeze had slipped in from the south, just enough to push the lingering heat away from our forearms. Dad nosed the car between a silver minivan and a dented sedan, clicked the hazard lights twice, a habit that served no clear function but somehow satisfied him, then popped the hatch so we could begin the parade of gear. The field itself was already a mosaic of blankets, lawn chairs, strollers, and congregations of neighbors insisting they recognized one another from church, school, or city council meetings. A friendly chaos ruled the hour before ignition, toddlers waving glow sticks like lightsabers, teenagers raggedly tossing frisbees between clusters of chatty parents, and the mayor strolling around distributing paper fans emblazoned with her re-election slogan. We carved out what seemed an ideal rectangle of grass roughly 40 yards from the safety perimeter rope. Mom anchored the corners of our blanket with the legs of the 2 heavier folding chairs. Taylor clipped the smaller of the dogs, an aging beagle named Sarge, to one leg so he would not wander off in search of spilled popcorn. I angled my seat slightly left to avoid the backlight of a large lamppost installed near a newly planted oak. Amateur photographers know bright backlight ruins every attempt at long-exposure firework pictures. Before dusk fully settled, fireflies emerged, and I spent 15 serene minutes cupping them in my palms only to release them again as a personal ritual I have repeated every summer since I was 8. The fireworks began precisely at 9. A deep percussive thump punched the sky, and a comet of white flame streaked upward before blossoming into a red chrysanthemum. For 10 minutes the world outside our field ceased to exist. Whenever people attempt to describe fireworks, they often lean on cliches. Giant flowers of flame, thunderous applause in the sky. And yet cliches live precisely because they ring true. From our vantage, no cell phones rang, no social media notifications chimed, no cars honked. Just one pyrotechnic bloom after another, each layer brighter or louder than the one before. My elder dog, a German shepherd, collie mix named Scout, trembled at my feet, so I kept one palm steady on her shoulder to reassure her and to funnel courage from her steady heartbeat into my own chest. The finale, an overwhelming barrage of strobing white shells, roared across every rib cage in the audience, and for half a second after the last star winked out, the universe held its breath. Then cheers rippled forward and backward like wind across wheat. Families applauded, whistled, began the universal scramble, folding blankets, shepherding kids, fumbling flashlights. My father glanced at his watch. 10 minutes, he said, meaning we would stay put until the first wave of traffic dispersed. Mom agreed, unclipping Sarge's leash to let the beagle drink from his water bowl in peace. Scout curled into my shins. Her panting slowed now that the sky stayed dark. Our measured retreat seemed prudent, and it probably was, yet it also placed us exactly where danger could find us. Because by the time we reached the intersection on Maple Avenue a half hour later, traffic had already knotted itself into an impatient mass of bumpers and headlights. Drivers engaged in the annual ritual of creeping forward 5 feet, stabbing brakes, talking to one another through rolled-down windows in an improvised ballet of turn-taking and passive-aggressive gestures. Fireworks may fill everyone with communal joy, but that goodwill evaporates the instant wheels start rolling. My father prides himself on never losing his temper in traffic. This evening, though, even his usual patience wore thin. He muttered that we should have cut down Amber Street instead of Maple, that the timing of the left turn arrows seemed suspiciously off. Mom answered in soothing tones, "It's fine, we'll be home in 20, while scrolling her phone to show him a picture she'd captured of our blanket framed against bursts of turquoise sparks. For a moment the friction eased. Then we reached a critical junction, a 4-way stop where 3 smaller streets emptied into the single eastbound lane that led toward the freeway. Dad spotted an opening large enough for our sedan and even the minivan behind us to enter. He eased forward. Simultaneously, a large pickup, a lifted full-size truck painted metallic charcoal, lurched from the cross street without signaling. It was the kind of bullish half-second decision drivers make when they fear wading through another rotation of inching cars. My father instinctively pressed the accelerator harder, sliding our sedan across the intersection first. In response, the truck's driver punched his horn, a long, angry blare that asserted we had stolen his legal claim to those asphalt inches. The sound startled me, the horn so deep it vibrated the window glass. I twisted in my seat for a quick look. The truck was now directly behind us, headlights shimmering in the rearview mirror. Its polished grille seemed tall as my shoulder. Through the windshield I saw only silhouettes, but at least 3 figures occupied the cabin, driver and 2 passengers. Distinguishing details blurred in the darkness, just outlines of baseball caps and flickers of dashboard lights. Dad shrugged. "Couldn't wait all night," he muttered, as much to himself as to anyone else. He tapped the brake lights gently to allow a line of pedestrians to cross. The truck behind us edged closer, less than a car length now. Its headlights flooded the interior of our sedan so brightly that I could read the spines of DVDs in the seat back pocket. Another 2 blocks crawled past in stop-and-go fashion. I started to forget the truck until we reached the T-junction leading out of downtown toward our residential sector. We turned right. The truck turned right. Maybe coincidence, maybe necessity. Plenty of vehicles used this road. Dad followed his pre-planned back route, weaving along quieter streets staggered behind shuttered storefronts. Every turn, the truck echoed. When Dad took a minor shortcut through a narrow connecting lane normally used by delivery vans, the truck followed. My mother glanced at me in the rear seat. I recognized worry in her half-smile. Our subdivision perches on the border of city jurisdiction and county farmland, accessible by only 2 streets. Dad chose the south entrance. Less traffic, in theory, and the minute we passed the "Welcome to Brookwood Estates," Stone marker, I exhaled, thinking neighbors would surround us soon. That relief lasted 1 block. The truck followed through the Southgate sign, its broad tires bumping the same decorative pavers that signaled safe suburban ground. Dad's frown deepened. My mother turned in her seat, eyebrows raised. In our family, no words were required to say, "Are we being followed?" Our particular street curves into a cul-de-sac. The second Dad steered toward it, Mom placed a hand on his forearm. "Keep going," she said quietly. "If they turn in behind us, they'll know exactly where we live." Dad didn't argue. He glided past our driveway as though the plan had always been continuing forward, exited the cul-de-sac loop, and headed back out of the immediate neighborhood. I watched through the rear window. The truck shadowed every motion, first following the near U-turn of the loop, then accelerating when we accelerated, decelerating when we cautiously coasted through yield signs. At that point the situation snapped into undeniable clarity. This wasn't coincidence. Dad muttered, "All right, that's enough," and exited our subdivision the same way we had entered, heading back toward a more commercial strip lined with gas stations and chain coffee shops. The truck kept pace, not tailgating now but never dropping out of sight. My pulse began to tap a fast staccato against my collarbone. The dogs sensed tension. Sarge whined from the cargo area. Dad tried the simplest test. He pulled to the curb on a residential street where dim lampposts alternated with oaks. He shifted into park but left the engine running. Headlights doused the rear window, the truck stopping behind us. It did not pass. It idled, silent except for the faint diesel growl reaching through steel and glass. Mom whispered, "Drive, please," and Dad obeyed. The truck followed once more. By now adrenaline surged through each of us. My brother, who had been half asleep on the ride home, pressed his face near the side window and whispered, "Why are they doing that?" Mom answered only, "Sit back and buckle." Dad's jaw tightened. He turned south on Hamilton Road, a longer route that would eventually lead to a busy highway interchange. The presence of bright retail lights promised witnesses, maybe surveillance cameras, certainly more vehicles. The truck tagged along, headlights carving twin paths in our rearview. I dialed 911 on my phone but hesitated over the call button, wondering whether telling dispatch, "A truck has followed us for several miles," would justify emergency response. Seconds stretched. Dad spotted an open gas station lot, one of those chains with 20 pumps under white canopy lights bright enough to make every insect in a 10-mile radius delirious. He pulled in, angled the car beside a pump but did not remove the keys. The truck glided in behind, stopping adjacent to the next island. 3 men exited, maybe late teens or early 20s, bulky sweatshirts, baseball caps pulled low over foreheads, a swaggering looseness that suggested either alcohol or bravado. They lingered by the bed of the pickup, pretending to discuss something in the cargo area. Mom placed a gentle palm on Dad's wrist again. "Don't," she whispered when she saw him reach for the door handle. But frustration, fear, and protective instinct overrode caution. He squared his shoulders, stepped out onto the concrete, and called across the gulf of dull yellow light. "Is there a problem, gentlemen?" From inside the car I unbuckled, half ready to hurl myself after him, half frozen. One of the men laughed, the sound chopping through air. "Problem is you cut us off back there, you fool." He slurred, yes, slurred, drunken consonants smoothing together. "Told my buddies we should teach you a lesson." Dad replied evenly that everyone had been inching through that intersection, that horns happen. Another man told Dad to quit acting tough. My fingertips prickled with terror, but I saw Dad keep his stance wide, voice calm, projecting the authority he uses when settling neighbor disputes over property lines. Then luck, the best brand of luck appears mundane in hindsight, intervened. The glass door of the convenience mart swung open and a police officer stepped out, carrying a cup of coffee. It turned out 2 patrol officers had parked at the far edge of the lot on coffee break. The officer paused, registered the tableau of tense shoulders and raised voices, then crossed the lot in a slow, measured pace. "Evening, folks," he said. "Everything all right here?" The drunkest looking of the 3 swayed, shoved hands in his sweatshirt pocket, and muttered that everything was fine. The officer's partner emerged from inside the store behind him. Mom seized the moment, exited our car, and waved. "Officer, we've been followed," she said, voice quivering despite her controlled posture. "Back from the city center." That crisp phrase, "we've been followed," carried weight. The officers separated the men from the truck, shining flashlights into the cabin. They asked Dad and Mom to remain by our sedan. From my window I watched one officer perform a quick sobriety check, saw one of the young men wobble on a straight line drawn by a flashlight beam. The officer's partner inspected the bed of the truck, shone his light into a large sports duffel. I couldn't see contents, but from the officer's curt radio exchange I caught 2 words. "Open container." 5 minutes stretched while I stroked the shepherd's fur to keep her calm. Taylor leaned into me, whispering questions I answered with murmurs and head shakes. Finally the officer returned. He told us the men were intoxicated, driver included, and had admitted they might have overreacted to a traffic incident. Because nobody was injured and because first offenses for drunk driving in our county sometimes trigger mandatory diversion rather than immediate arrest, the officer planned to summon a sober relative to pick up the truck and issue citations. He apologized for our distress, advised we had strayed home by main road, and promised a marked cruiser would follow at a distance until we reached our subdivision again. It was the polite form of, "These men won't be allowed to chase you another inch tonight." Dad thanked him. Mom thanked him twice. We pulled out, a cruiser trailing half a block back, its presence comforting like a heavy quilt. When we reached our driveway, quiet, safe, illuminated only by automatic porch lights, I realized the dogs had stopped whining and instead leaned against my shins, mirroring relief. Inside the house Mom guided Taylor to bed first, pressing a kiss to his forehead longer than usual. Dad returned Scout and Sarge to their water bowl, then stood staring at the living room wall as though the events of the past hour had not yet sorted themselves into a rational timeline. I dialed the non-emergency police line to give a formal statement about the pursuit, wanting some record to exist beyond those citations. Only when I set the handset down did trembles begin in my knees, the delayed physical aftershock common once adrenaline drains. In quiet daylight the following morning the entire scenario felt surreal, almost theatrical. But certain details, the metallic taste of panic on my tongue, the way every streetlight seemed to flicker more harshly, the shrill echo of that initial horn blast, reminded me that danger does not always wear an obvious mask. Sometimes it appears in the universal chaos of holiday traffic, 3 men who drink, who feel slighted, who let anger spool into predation. I replayed what-ifs, if Dad had pulled directly into our driveway and those men had chosen to press forward. If one of them had carried a weapon. If Scout's anxiety had forced us to leave the blanket earlier or later, altering which roads overlapped with that truck's impatience. I learned modest but lasting lessons. First, never assume a vehicle tailing you is coincidence. Second, public areas with crowds can pivot from safe to perilous the moment anonymity turns to fixation. Third, it is a relief beyond calculation to find law enforcement already present when you didn't have the seconds or confidence to dial 911 under stress. 8 4ths of July have passed since then. Each year Dad still angles for his tactical parking. Mom still packs more snack food varieties than any human group can finish. I still bring extra flags, though now I plant them in the grass by the blanket as small perimeter markers rather than wear them in my hair. And while fireworks still dazzle me into open-mouthed wonder, I spend part of every finale scanning the dark edges of the field, the silhouettes of vehicles idling, the flicker of taillights, remembering that safety is fragile, and vigilance is as necessary as the blanket and chairs. To the 3 strangers who decided teaching a lesson meant tailing a family home that night, enjoy your holidays elsewhere, on routes that never intersect ours. Whatever momentary satisfaction you sought ended under the glare of gas station floodlights, beside a squad car filled with sober reality. We will never share a road again, and if fate tries, we will know well before the intersection to choose another path. I grew up in a small logging town that felt stuck in an older decade, the kind of place where rotary phones still hung from kitchen walls and rabbit ear antennas stood crooked on nearly every roof. Main Street was little more than a 2-block strip of cracked pavement lined with a grocery, a barber shop, a diner that smelled forever of bacon grease, and one squat brick building that served as both City Hall and the only police station for 40 miles. Beyond that ran a network of dirt lanes and gravel pullouts that bled into second-growth forest, the same forest that once made the town prosperous and now pressed close like a dark sea ready to swallow it whole. Tall pines and knotty firs rose in thick ranks behind every backyard fence, their tops swaying and whispering day and night. Even on clear days the air under those trees lay half in shadow, carrying the turpentine bite of sap, the damp hush of moss, and the muffled crunch of needles underfoot. Most folks treated those woods the way sailors treat an unpredictable harbor. They depended on them for deer, firewood, and the occasional paycheck from a logging crew, yet they never trusted what might drift out of the gloom when dusk slipped between the trunks. On one long summer afternoon when I was 14, I set out by myself along an old skid trail that began where the town's dusty streets ended. School had been out for weeks, the sky shimmered in impossible blue, and the sun seemed to hang in place like a heavy coin refusing to drop below the horizon. I should have felt nothing but the lazy freedom that defines childhood summers, yet something in the stillness felt off from the start. The humidity made the air shimmer, and crickets rasped in a pitch that set my teeth on edge. Even the breeze felt wrong, too warm, too steady, slipping past my ears in a way that reminded me of someone whispering from just out of reach. Still, boredom trumped caution. With my hands shoved in my pockets and my sneakers kicking up little clouds of dust, I followed the ruts deeper than I normally dared, letting the shouts of kids and backyard pools fade behind me. A half-mile beyond the last mailbox the path narrowed, its edges crowded by salal and huckleberry. I pushed aside branches sticky with sap, stepped over a patch of rabbit droppings, and tried to ignore how quiet the hillside had grown. No birds called. No squirrels barked. The only sound left was my breathing and the faint rasp of branches moving high above. That silence made the hairs on my arms rise. I had just decided to turn back when I noticed movement at the edge of my vision, something pale standing between two black trunks, maybe 30 yards downhill. My first thought was that it was a hiker in a long coat, but the shape was wrong, too tall, too thin in the waist, the shoulders sloping in a way no jacket does. I froze where I stood. The figure tilted its head, and for a heartbeat I thought I saw eyes reflecting light that wasn't there, wide and glassy like an animal caught in high beams. A cold knot formed in my stomach. I glanced over my shoulder toward town, hoping to spot a farmer's truck or even a family out for a picnic, but the path behind me lay empty, the sun painting strips of gold across the dust. When I looked back, the thing had not moved from its patch of shadow, yet its posture had changed. The shoulders seemed higher, the neck longer, as though bones were stretching inside skin like wet leather pulled too tight. I could not make out a face, only the hollow suggestion of one. A smell drifted up the hill, faint but unmistakable, rotting leaves mixed with the sour tang of old meat. Every instinct I owned screamed that the forest was suddenly too small, that the air had become a trap. I took one step backward, then another. The figure slid 1 foot into deeper gloom, its movement painfully slow, almost reluctant. That was enough for panic to break loose inside me. Adrenaline flooded my chest. My heart slammed so hard I felt it in my throat. Without a full plan, I whirled and ran, shoes skidding on loose gravel, lungs sucking air that tasted of dust and fear. I sprinted down the trail the way a drowning person claws for air, my mind forming half-pictures of twisted ankles and grabbed shoulders. Pine branches whipped my arms. Loose stones shifted underfoot, nearly sending me sprawling more than once. Halfway back to the blacktop, I dared a glance over my shoulder, and saw nothing but shimmering heat. For a moment I tried to believe I'd imagined the whole thing, but the memory of those shiny eyes clung to the inside of my skull like cobweb. As soon as I hit the edge of town, I veered toward the brick building that housed the police. The door felt twice its usual weight when I shoved it open and stumbled inside, chest heaving. A receptionist, gray hair pinned in a neat swirl, glasses on a chain, stepped out from behind the counter, surprise creasing her face. I gripped the edge of her desk, words tangling in my throat. There's someone in the woods, I gasped. Not someone, something. It doesn't look right. My voice quavered in a way that made me hate myself instantly, but fear overruled pride. Officers at 3 desks pivoted in their rolling chairs, curiosity turning to amusement the second they took in my dirt-smudged cheeks and wild eyes. One man chuckled. Another shrugged at his partner as if to say, "Kids these days." The receptionist patted my arm in a grandmotherly gesture that felt more dismissive than comforting and led me to the front counter where the shift sergeant raised an eyebrow. "You okay, son?" he asked, lips twitching as though stifling a grin. Behind him, someone snorted. "No," I managed. "There's something out there. Tall, pale, I don't know, human but not. It was just standing there. Watching me." Laughter rolled through the room like slow thunder. The sergeant drummed his fingers, then leaned forward so his badge caught the light. "Listen, kid, this station's for real emergencies. You can't barge in here yelling about ghosts or whatever you think you saw." "I'm not kidding!" I shouted, fists balling until knuckles ached. "That thing isn't safe." He snapped upright, voice turning hard. "Do I make myself clear?" Heat flushed my cheeks. Humiliation tasted bitterer than fear. I muttered yes, then pushed back from the counter. On my way out, the receptionist offered a pitying smile that only made the humiliation worse. Sunlight outside felt harsh against my damp skin. I promised myself I would never go near those trees again. Weeks crawled past. Neither the local paper nor anybody at school mentioned strange sightings, and I began to wonder if heat and leftover childhood imagination had tricked me. But the thing stalked my dreams. Night after night I jolted awake with the memory of long fingers curling around a trunk, that faceless head tilting as if memorizing me. Some mornings I caught myself staring out my bedroom window toward the tree line that bordered town, half expecting to see pale shoulders among the leaves. Each time I shook it off, until the evening I watched 2 neighbors erupt into a shouting match that made no sense. I was walking home from the store, carton of milk sweating in my elbow, when I saw old Mr. Proctor, 70 if he was a day, berating a young woman I recognized from the diner. She wore a sleeveless sundress in the fading heat. Proctor waved his cane, voice harsh, insisting she cover herself. Before the forest took notice, the woman shouted back words I didn't catch, but her face twisted with anger and fear rather than ordinary indignation. They argued so loudly a dog began barking behind a nearby fence. Something in the cadence of their back and forth reminded me of the rush of a creek over stones, rapid, overlapping, almost like fragments of a language not meant for ears. Before I could blink, the woman fled toward downtown. Mr. Proctor spat into the dust, and the street fell silent except for the dog whining behind its gate. The next afternoon the exact same confrontation exploded in the same spot, same words, as though the two were actors trapped in a looping scene. Witnessing it felt wrong, like seeing cracks in time. That night I lay in bed listening to the house creak. Our place was built in the 50s, thin walls, stubborn plumbing, and floorboards that popped whenever the temperature changed. Still, something about the pattern of the noises put me on edge. 3 slow taps near the closet, a pause, then 3 more near the dresser. I stared at the shadowed ceiling, heart thumping. Eventually exhaustion dragged me under, but even sleep offered no relief. The pale figure waited behind my eyelids. When I jolted awake at dawn, sweat chilled my skin despite the summer heat. One evening my mother's best friend called and told us to switch on the local news. The anchor's voice shook as she described a horrible discovery deep inside the timber tract. A hunter found hanging, entrails looped over a high branch, head severed and eyes gone. Deputies described claw marks in the bark that suggested the killer had climbed the tree with the body slung over one shoulder. Though no ordinary mountain lion could manage such a feat, my stomach flipped. Bile scorched my throat. The station cut to shaky footage of patrol cars parked at the edge of a dirt road, sirens flashing against dark trunks. After my parents went to bed, I crept to my window and parted the curtain. The tree line lay still beneath the moon, yet my pulse spiked. Something pale shifted between black trunks, an elongated head, teeth glinting in a grin too wide. Blood streaked its mouth. long limbs folded and unfolded as it melted backward, vanishing with slow theatrical flair as though it knew I watched and savored my dread. Breath caught in my chest. I meant to scream, but air refused to move. Knees buckled, the floor rushed up, and darkness swallowed me. When I came to, a cool cloth lay on my forehead. My mother dozed in the chair by my desk, chin resting on her chest. Street lights through the curtain limned her hair in dull orange. I listened to the hush of the house, half hoping to hear footsteps downstairs, a sign everything was normal. Only silence met my ears, a silence too heavy, too absolute, like the breathless moment in the woods before terror took hold. My heart thudded as I eased upright. The cloth slid into my lap. I glanced at the window. Curtain still shut. I refused to touch it again. I have not walked the skid trail since. The police claimed coyotes desecrated that hunter's body after a fall, an explanation nobody truly believed, yet everyone pretended was good enough. Mr. Proctor died months later of an aneurysm. The woman from the diner moved away. Whenever someone disappears now, folks whisper about drifters, bear attacks, desperate addicts, but I know better. Some nights the town phone lines crackle with static though the sky is clear, and 3 measured knocks echo from somewhere deep in the walls. On those nights memories slam into me like the thump of a heartbeat, wide reflective eyes, the snapping of a branch, laughter in a place meant for fear. I keep my window locked, though I doubt glass or wood could stop something that walks like a rumor and smiles like death wearing human skin. Still, turning the latch makes sleep possible. Every morning I wake grateful the curtain hangs closed. Yet I cannot forget how easily that face found me once I knew to look. The forest remains, patient and tall, its edge never far from any doorway in town. I do not forget. I do not go back. And I do not let the summer sun fool me into thinking daylight can drown the things waiting just beyond the line where wild pine needles darken the dirt path and silence begins to glow like gold. I grew up in a small town where not much ever changed and even less ever happened. The streets were lined with old brick houses, the kind that held echoes of many generations. People knew one another by name, waved from their porches in the evenings, and gathered at the local diner for coffee on slow weekday mornings. Kids like us had no shopping mall, no arcade, and no movie theater to keep us busy. Our boredom pushed us outdoors, where our imaginations turned empty lots into battlefields and broken swing sets into pirate ships. When we wanted real adventure, we set our sights on the forest. Everyone talked about the forest, even the adults who claimed they didn't believe in silly stories. The town council posted signs that read, "No trespassing," and "Danger! Hazardous area!" But their warnings only fueled our curiosity. We called it the Back Gate Forest because its iron fence stood tall behind a row of neglected warehouses at the very edge of the neighborhood. The metal posts were rusted and crooked, the gate chained with a heavy lock that looked even older than the houses in town. Nobody was supposed to enter, yet everyone knew that kids slipped in all the time through gaps in the fence. Eventually, the city patched the holes or welded extra bars, but we were determined. If a section was repaired one week, we found another the next. I was 7 the first time I followed my friends through that fence. The air under those trees felt heavier than the air outside, as though the forest kept its own secret weather. Sunlight thinned into green streaks, cool wind brushed my cheeks, and every sound, from our footsteps to the creak of branches overhead, seemed amplified by the hush. My small hand shook so much I nearly turned back, but my friends coaxed me forward with playful taunts. They were older, braver, always laughing, and I didn't want to be left behind. Once we stepped past the rusted bars, the path beneath our feet became a long, winding ribbon of dirt and fallen leaves that spilled deep into the shadows. That first day nothing strange happened, at least nothing stranger than a few squirrels darting up trees and the occasional croak of distant frogs. Even so, I returned home breathless, cheeks flushed with excitement, convinced we had crossed into a place both forbidden and enchanted. Over the years we came to know the nearer edges, the favorite clearing where orange mushrooms sprouted in damp circles, the crooked pine with a low branch we used as a makeshift swing, the shallow brook that carved a narrow scar through the undergrowth. But beyond those recognizable points was a stretch of dense growth none of us had explored. It lay past two massive trees, twin titans that stood like silent guardians. Adults told us the trunks were hundreds of years old, though none of us wanted to picture a time before our town was even on the map. We called those trees the gatekeepers. Most summer afternoons we'd venture as far as their wide roots, but fear kept us from crossing the invisible threshold they formed. One summer, everything changed. By then, I was 14, tall enough that my shins already stuck out of last year's jeans, but I still felt like a kid whenever I roamed with my friends. On a bright afternoon in early July, 4 of us met at the crumbling basketball court behind the elementary school. Ryan brought his old bike with peeling red paint. Daisy tucked her dark hair beneath a baseball cap that once belonged to her older brother. Sam wore a backpack stuffed with snacks, mostly candy bars and warm sodas. I showed up empty-handed, which was my specialty, and they teased me for it as usual. "We're going farther today," Ryan announced, balancing on his bike pedals. "Past the gatekeepers." I swallowed. The idea thrilled and terrified me at the same time. Sam grinned, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Daisy cracked her knuckles. No one objected, so we set off, riding or walking our bikes down the narrow service road until we reached the fence. We hid Ryan's bike in the weeds, slipped through a gap behind an abandoned shed, and hurried under the cool canopy. The deeper we moved, the more the forest scent changed, from cut grass and warm earth to something older, wetter, more secret. 2 trees had fallen since our last visit, their giant trunks blocking the familiar path like sleeping dragons. One lay so low that moss already crusted its bark, soaking up the afternoon sunlight. The other hovered at an awkward angle above ground, roots torn free and tangled with rocks. I ducked under the first, then helped Sam climb over the second. When we regrouped, Daisy pointed ahead. The gatekeepers stood up the slope, thick trunks stretching into the sky. Their branches met overhead, forming a natural arch bridging the 2 giants. It felt like walking into a cathedral. Once we passed beneath them, the air grew still. Even birdsong faded. We followed a faint path, the soil dry and cracked, and soon found ourselves at that overgrown trail we called the back path. It was narrower than a deer track and choked with briars and thorny weeds. Branches snagged our clothes. Pine needles pricked our forearms. Now and then we had to crouch low to slip beneath interlaced limbs. Minutes dragged into what felt like hours. Every turn looked like the last. Sweat trickled down my forehead, leaving salty streaks on dirty skin. I tried to keep the others in my sight, but Sam lagged behind to snap twigs for a walking stick. Daisy forged ahead, unfazed by the darkness. Ryan paused every few yards, scanning the undergrowth for something only he could see. It was during one of those pauses we first heard the footsteps. They were distant at first, soft thuds that didn't match the quick scurry of deer or the skittish hop of squirrels. They sounded heavy, deliberate, like someone pacing far away. Each thud echoed long enough for silence to settle again before the next fell. We stopped in our tracks. Sam's fingers tightened around his twig. Daisy frowned, cocking her head. Ryan pursed his lips. No one spoke at first. Then he whispered, "Probably a hiker." But our town rarely saw visitors, and those who came did not wander this deep. We stayed still, hoping the sound would fade. Instead, it grew louder, as though whoever or whatever walked the woods had turned in our direction. That's when we heard it, a bleating cry, unmistakably goat-like, ripping through the air. I forced a laugh, certain someone was playing a prank. Who keeps goats in these woods? My rational mind tried to reason, but nerves tightened in my gut. The bleats continued, echoing off mossy trunks. The pitch shifted, deep, guttural bursts followed by higher, almost human-like moans. It didn't sound like any goat I had heard at petting zoos or county fairs. It sounded mocking, taunting. I glanced at Sam and Daisy. Their eyes were wide. Ryan forced a grin. "Must be a lost goat," he said, voice cracking. "Farm an hour north might have lost some livestock." Nobody bought the explanation. The nearest livestock farm had closed several winters earlier, and goats did not wander past 2 fallen trees, a broken fence, and the gatekeepers. Still, we convinced ourselves that's all it was, because believing anything else felt impossible. We kept walking until the narrow trail funneled into a wider clearing. One by one we realized half our group was missing. Daisy looked back. "Where's Noah?" she asked. Noah had been behind Sam, but only 3 of us stood in the clearing now. We called his name. Silence. Ryan swore under his breath. "Maybe Noah turned back," Sam suggested. Yet none of us had seen him pass. The forest around us pressed in, shadows lengthening as the afternoon waned. I glanced at the sky through a slit of canopy. The sun had dipped noticeably. It would be dinner time soon. Our parents would worry. "We should head back," Daisy said, her voice shaky. We retraced our steps. The forest looked different. Branches we had ducked under before now stretched lower, as though they'd grown thicker in minutes. We stumbled and slipped. At one point the path split where I could have sworn there had been only one track. Panic fluttered in my chest. The quiet felt heavier. Every rustle behind us sounded like a footstep. Then the bleeding returned, closer this time, from our right and our left at once. My spine tingled. A shape darted in my peripheral vision, pale, quick. Suddenly, the goat stepped out 10 paces ahead. Its coat looked gray, almost ash-colored, patchy in places so its skin showed beneath. Its horns were thick, curling back in smooth arcs. But it was the eyes that made my stomach drop, bright and luminescent, reflecting light that wasn't there with a golden glow. They locked onto mine. My arms felt like stone. My knees weak. I could not breathe. Sam froze, mouth open. Daisy stood rigid as a statue. The goat bleated again, louder than before. It lowered its head, hooves pawing at the dirt. In that tiny moment I had one clear thought: this animal is about to charge. Instinct snapped the paralysis. I jumped sideways. The goat barreled past, horns missing my torso by inches, and slammed into Sam's leg, splitting his knee with a ragged cut. He screamed, stumbling backward. Blood soaked his jeans. Daisy grabbed Sam's arm, eyes wet with fear. My body moved before reason returned. "Run!" I shouted. We tore through shrubs, Sam limping between us. Sharp twigs clawed at my cheeks, ripping holes in my shirt. The forest blurred into stripes of green and gray. I dared a glance over my shoulder, and my brain refused to believe what I saw. The goat now ran on 2 legs, torso upright like a man's, hooves pounding the dirt with impossible force. Muscles rippled beneath its patchy coat. Its head bobbed with each stride, horns slicing the air. And those eyes, they glowed brighter. I screamed, a raw, wordless cry. Daisy pulled Sam forward, adrenaline lending speed to his injured leg. The path ahead widened. Sunlight flared at the fence's edge. I snatched Daisy's wrist and shoved her upward, helping her scramble over. Sam followed, gritting his teeth through pain. He cleared the top and fell onto the grass outside. Finally, I clambered over, jeans tearing. When we hit the ground, we spun around. Empty woods. No goat. Only trembling leaves. We scrambled up, wide-eyed, half expecting that hideous face to burst through again. But nothing moved. The goat noises faded, leaving us with the evening song of cicadas. The entire encounter felt unreal. Sam's knee, bleeding dark red, proved otherwise. Back home, we kept silent. Our parents noticed the rip in my shirt, the dried blood on Sam's leg, but we lied, claimed we'd fallen from Ryan's bike. They scolded us for our recklessness. At supper, my spoon clinked against my bowl in rhythm with my pounding heart. Words choked in my throat. Who would believe goat monster attacks in the woods? I feared more than disbelief. I feared the story might reach the wrong ears. Teachers, police, whoever managed that fence. What if they blamed us for trespassing? What if they arrested us for causing trouble or, worse, told us never to come back? Night blanketed our town. After dinner, I sat on the porch steps, staring toward the dark line of trees. Each creak of the house made me flinch. Sam limped across the street, met my gaze, and nodded. He wanted to talk. Under the yellow porch light we whispered, reliving each horrific second. The more we talked, the more we trembled. Sam pressed a gauze pad over his stitched-up knee. He winced when he shifted weight, but insisted he could still move fast enough. "What if other people get hurt?" he asked. I shook my head. "I can't go back there. We barely made it out." He frowned. "Someone's got to do something." He suggested setting a trap, or at least warning others. I wanted to say no, to stay away, to forget. Yet the memory of those glowing eyes haunted me. I could not stand the thought of losing a younger kid to that monster. Hesitation warred with duty. Finally, I agreed to return, once, during daylight, with more people, armed with ropes and loud whistles. For days after, nightmares woke me. I saw the goat man towering among trees, teeth bared, blood matting its muzzle. Morning light never fully chased away the dread. At school I jolted whenever lockers slammed. I flinched if classmates laughed too loudly. Sam and Daisy wore similar haunted looks. Ryan stopped biking anywhere near the forest. Noah remained missing from most classes for a week. Rumors said his parents grounded him after he confessed sneaking into the woods. When Noah returned, he kept to himself. His eyes darted from shadow to shadow even inside brightly lit hallways. A week later, the town buzzed with gossip. Police had found a hunter's mangled body in the remote forest. News anchors used words like grisly, unimaginable, and ritualistic. People whispered about wild animals. But Sam and I exchanged knowing looks. Those words did not match any natural predator. That night, after watching the report on TV, I trudged upstairs, collapsed on my bed, and stared at the ceiling until my eyes burned. That was when the bleeding began again, distant but clear. It drifted through my open window like a taunt. Goosebumps erupted across my skin. Slowly, I rolled out of bed and peeked between the curtains. Moonlight bathed the lawn. The forest loomed beyond the street lamp's glow. Something pale shifted behind the first row of trees. Two eyes, bright as dying embers, fixed on me. A grin unfolded, wide enough to split the creature's face. I stumbled back, knees buckling. As darkness swarmed my vision, the last thing I saw was that grotesque smile. When I woke, feverish and trembling, a damp cloth lay on my forehead. My mother dozed beside me. Outside my window, dawn painted the sky pale pink. The bleeding was gone. But I knew the forest hadn't forgotten me, and someday, despite every instinct screaming no, I'd step beyond those iron bars again. Some questions demand answers, even if the truth stands on two hooves, carries the scent of blood, and waits patiently in the shadows. I never expected my curiosity to open a door I could not close again, but that is exactly what happened 2.5 years ago. Back then, life in our corner of northern Indiana felt predictable and almost boring. My boyfriend and I rented the top floor of his parents' old house, a place that once formed part of a lakeside campground. Rows of hardwoods still stretched behind every property, thick enough that in summer their branches meet overhead like dark green ceilings. The house itself sits at the end of a gravel lane that forks away from the main county road. No streetlights line that lane, and unless someone is driving past, everything out here is lit only by porch bulbs or the moon. Most nights, the wind sways treetops into a hush so complete it feels like the whole forest is holding its breath. There are deer, raccoons, the occasional coyote, a rare lynx, and whispers about wolves passing through, but until that strange night, nothing truly frightened me. My shift at McDonald's ended close to 2 in the morning, and because my boyfriend worked with me that evening, a co-worker offered to drop me at the lane so I would not have to wait alone in the dark. We left the fluorescent glow of town behind and soon rolled through the pockets of deeper night where the woods crowded close to the road. Early autumn had dried the cornfields to tall beige walls on either side, rustling in the breeze like restless ghosts. We had been laughing about Fry Station mishaps when we saw the blood. Thick lines of it smeared across the asphalt, glistening beneath the headlights. At first, we thought someone had struck a deer and dragged the body. but half a mile later our lights fell on the thing itself. Even now, remembering it sends a chill along my bones. It lay partly on the shoulder, partly in the ditch, as large as a white-tail buck yet shaped wrong. Long, black fur hung in shaggy ropes, matted by dark patches I did not want to study. The legs were bent at unnatural angles, and where a deer's sleek muzzle would be, this creature's face seemed too blunt. My friend slowed to a crawl while my pulse slammed behind my ribs. We said nothing, only stared until he accelerated again. Both of us kept glancing at the rearview mirror as if expecting the body to rise and chase us. 4 minutes later, the driveway appeared. He dropped me off, promised to text once he got home, and sped away. Sunrise softened the memory. My boyfriend and I took the same road back to work the next afternoon. Dried streaks of brown still stained the asphalt, yet the body was gone. Maybe someone from the county had removed it, I told myself, though the practical side of me wondered who would haul off a creature big as a deer before dawn, and why they had not left even a smear where it rested. When I mentioned it inside the break room, the coworker who had dropped me off said he had noticed the same thing on his return drive. Blood still there, body vanished. None of us understood. From that day on, little disturbances crept into life the way cold seeps beneath the door in January. Our dog, a mellow shepherd mix who rarely barked at anything except the mail truck, began to growl whenever we sat on the front deck after dark. His hackles stood, and his nose pointed toward the line of pine silhouettes beyond the yard. We would shine a flashlight into the trees and see nothing, no raccoon eyes glowing back, no deer staring dumbly. But the dog's instincts refused the comfort of our logic. Some evenings, while we smoked under the porch light, branches cracked with deliberate weight not 30 feet away. Once, a low groan drifted out of the darkness, so deep and throat-heavy that we bolted indoors before the cigarette burned halfway. Then came October. One warm night, the kind that makes you forget winter exists, we moved to the small back stoop to smoke because the front deck felt too exposed. The fenced backyard houses our chickens, and I always feel safer knowing a gate stands between the woods and our birds. That night the usual chorus, the neighbor's hound barking down the hill, our rooster announcing to nobody in particular, fell silent all at once. I noticed first. A stillness too complete blanketed everything, as if the air itself had thickened. I whispered that we should go inside. My boyfriend teased that I was jittery because I had not smoked in weeks. His words barely left his mouth when a branch, thicker than any rooster could shift, snapped beyond the fence. The crack echoed like a gunshot. We jerked upright, eyes scanning the black. Nothing moved, but I saw our dog standing rigid by the sliding glass door, ears flat against his skull. Without another word, we fled inside and locked every latch we owned. Not long after, a thunderstorm watch rolled through. Rain hammered the roof while distant lightning strobed the woods. Sometime before midnight, my boyfriend realized he had left his phone charger in the car. He hurried outside, muttering that he would be back in a minute. 10 passed. 15. I crept to the back door just as he burst in, eyes wide, jacket soaked. He swore he had closed the car door on reflex when a shape emerged from the trees, something deer tall, standing still by the driver's side. In each flash of lightning, he glimpsed the silhouette, long neck, slender legs, but bulkier through the chest than any deer he had seen. It never flinched, only watched. He waited for a strike of light bright enough to show antlers, but there were none. Finally, when a particularly loud clap of thunder shook the car, the creature trotted away with a canter too graceful for a buck. He felt shaken, though he tried to laugh it off. I pressed a mug of hot tea into his hands and kept the curtains drawn tight. Winter hit early. Snow crusted the roads, and ice glazed every branch. One evening we visited my father's place, a short drive through patchy woods. While I sat inside chatting with my stepmother, my boyfriend stepped onto the porch for air. He called me a moment later. Under the porch light, fresh impressions dotted the snow in perfect sequence, leading from a copse of pines straight across the yard. They measured longer than my boot, though narrower at the heel, like prints from hooves fused into single flat ovals. Whatever made them had walked upright, no drag marks, no signs of bounding. We followed them past my dad's shed but lost the trail where new snowfall drifted in. Goosebumps pebbled my arms despite the thick coat. I lied to my dad that we were heading home early because I felt queasy. The scariest night arrived in late spring, when warm breezes returned and baby birds chirped at dawn. I rocked in a chair near the back window, soothing our newborn daughter after a midnight feeding. A hush settled over the house. She drifted back to sleep. Through the glass I saw only my own faint reflection layered on the shadows outside. Then a sound echoed across the yard, a moo, deep and heavy, like a cow bellowing in pain. It came again, louder but wrong somehow. The pitch sliding strange, as though a person tried to imitate a cow and failed. We do not keep cattle, and the nearest farm sits a good half-mile past 2 clusters of homes. Another mangled bellow rose, closer now, vibrating the pain. My breath stuck in my throat. I shifted the baby gently to her bassinet and backed away, not daring to look out again. The dog whimpered. The moment I yanked the curtain shut, silence fell. I did not sleep the rest of the night. By summer, the pattern emerged, a stretch of quiet weeks, then sudden activity, a cracked branch, glowing eyes in the rain, mimic voices, prints in fresh snow. I began to keep a notebook on the kitchen counter, jotting dates and brief notes. At first my boyfriend teased that I was playing detective. Then he started adding entries, scratching at side wall, 2:17 a.m. soft thumps on back deck, dog trembling. Flashlight scan, nothing visible. We spoke little of the Wendigo legend. Those stories felt like tinder I did not want near the fire of our fear. But the name haunted my thoughts. I remembered reading that to speak it aloud might draw its attention. Yet had I not already done exactly that while laughing with my mother months before everything started? One humid July night the forest answered questions we never asked. We sat inside with the living room window cracked, letting in the cicada hum. Our daughter had finally slept after hours of fussing. Moonlight cast shifting bars across the rug as clouds drifted overhead. All at once, the dog sprang up, growling low. The cicadas silenced. From the tree line, a long scraping howl unfurled, rising like a violin string pulled taut until it snapped. The dog backed into the hallway, hackles bristling to his tail. I scooped our daughter from her crib, hands shaking too hard to keep her from stirring. My boyfriend and I huddled in the only room without windows, the bathroom, door shut, the dog pressed against my legs. The howl faded into the night. When morning light pierced the blinds, we emerged to find muddy streaks on the siding below our bedroom window, 4 long smears ending in gouges, spaced like fingers. After that, we organized our routines around caution. No smoking after dark. No single trips to the car. Curtains drawn by sundown, doors locked and double-checked, a baseball bat beside the bed. I hung wind chimes along the back porch and told myself the tinkling would give me warning if anything brushed past. Some nights I listened to those chimes spin melodies against the black, waiting for a dissonant jangle. When August arrived, my boyfriend's parents hosted a family cookout. Relatives laughing, kids playing tag, our daughter passed from arm to arm. For a few hours, terror felt distant, until his uncle mentioned hearing odd yips in the timber while bow hunting. Sounded like a coyote trying to talk, he said, chuckling. But words came out wrong. My hand tightened on the baby's blanket. Later, I approached him quietly, described the warped cow bellows, the twisted howl. He frowned, said people up near the Michigan line once whispered about skinwalkers, said he never believed in that but now wondered. He warned me to stay careful and keep bright porch lights burning. Autumn returned. Leaves turned brittle gold. One afternoon I found 2 feathers stuck in the chicken yard fence, long, matte black, thicker than any crow's. They lay parallel, pointing straight at the coop. That night, the rooster refused to crow at dawn. Days passed. No branches snapped, no mimic voices called. Still, the quiet held the weight of a storm gathering unseen clouds. I do not know what stalks these woods. Maybe the legends have it right, a wendigo, drawn to hunger and fear. Or a shapeshifter, wearing deer skin one night, lanky man-shaped the next, perfecting new sounds until the mimicry lures a victim near. Maybe it is something older, a forest guardian turned vengeful at trespassers speaking its name. I only know that since our daughter's birth, activity lessened, as though the house glows with a kind of protection. Yet when the wind smacks loose shutters after midnight, my throat still tightens. I wake at odd hours and tiptoe to the nursery window, checking the fence line for silhouettes. I glance often at the notebook still on the counter. Blank pages wait like snowbanks, ready to receive new tracks. I pray never to fill them, yet part of me remains alert, pen ready. If the creature returns, if mimic moos drift across the grass, or hooves step closer than the fence, I will write again. Until that day, I keep the porch bulb burning through every night, humming lullabies loud enough to drown distant howls, and reminding myself that sometimes the only thing standing between dark woods and safe walls is the thin, stubborn flame of vigilance. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was 7 the year my family moved to the place that would come to dominate my thoughts for more than a decade. It was the summer of 2010, and the move felt like an adventure at first. Until then we had rented a narrow 2-bedroom house in town where the neighbor's dog barked at every car and the television from the apartment below bled through the floorboards. The new property could not have been more different. My dad showed us the real estate flyer the night he signed the papers. 13 acres. His finger traced the rough square of land on the photocopied map. Half of it a rolling pasture, the other half thick woods. There was a stream that glittered silver in the photo, a small barn with a rust-red roof, and a long gravel drive that curved past a stand of poplars to a prefabricated home that looked less like a trailer and more like a sprawling, low cabin. Mom called it a double wide on steroids, but she smiled when she said it. For my brother, my sister, and me, the house promised a kind of freedom we had never known, a field big enough to gallop horses in, trees to climb, hidden hollows to turn into forts, and no neighbors peering over fences telling us to stop yelling or to keep our music down. The property sat 20 miles from the nearest grocery store, down county roads that wound past soy fields and turkey barns, then narrowed into 2 cracked lanes canopied by hardwoods that met overhead like clasped fingers. The closest mailbox was a 5-minute walk. At night our drive remained utterly black until Dad installed a motion sensor lamp above the door, and even that cast only a lopsided cone of light onto the gravel. Beyond the reach of that lamp, the dark fell thick and complete, an inky curtain full of hidden rustles, as if the land itself breathed in the silence. At first the woods felt welcoming. Dad cleared a meandering trail the summer we moved in, marking turns with orange plastic tape. He bought each of us a cheap compass and taught us to read the moss on trunks, the tilt of the afternoon sun, the feel of slope beneath our feet. On weekends we explored, sometimes on horseback, sometimes on foot, stopping to name familiar landmarks. The split rock, where freeze and thaw had cracked a boulder wide open like a book, the cathedral pines, a ring of white pines so tall and straight they muffled wind, the hollow log, wide enough for our shepherd mix to crawl through and emerge on the other side panting and grinning. My brother, 2 years younger, swore he saw a fox family near the creek bank, but we never managed to find their den. Nothing about that first summer suggested fear or danger. Coyote yips echoed some nights, but Dad said they hunted mice and kept to themselves. Occasionally a barred owl hooted near the barn. We listened from the porch, wrapped in blankets against the chill, inventing what the bird might be saying. Life felt simple and wide open. 2 years later, in 2012, the property changed. Maybe it had been changing all along, but we were too new, too enchanted by acreage and fresh air, to notice. The first sign came one August night when cicadas still hummed and the grass on the hill lay brittle and sun-blanched. We had spent the day at a family reunion 2 counties over. The gathering dragged long past sunset. Potluck dishes, lawn chairs, stories that meandered the way old men do when they have an audience. By the time we packed leftovers into the car, it was near midnight. The drive home lulled everyone into drowsy silence except Dad, who kept the truck between white lines while Mom hummed along with the radio. We pulled into our drive around 11:30, tires crunching gravel. The outdoor pen for our 3 Akitas sat to the left of the barn, just past the tool shed where Dad kept the riding mower. The dogs, Yuki, Kuma, and Kira, spent warm evenings there, their shelter bedded with straw, fresh water glinting in metal buckets. Usually when we arrived after dark they greeted us with excited yips and spinning tails. That night their barks carried a different edge, low, frantic, laced with unease. While Mom herded my sleepy sister inside and Dad opened the tailgate to grab leftover dishes, I volunteered to feed the dogs. I was 12 then, proud to help, eager to show responsibility. I scooped kibble into stainless steel bowls, balancing one against my hip, and stepped into the swath of light spilling from the kitchen window. Kuma growled, deep, rumbling, a sound I had heard only once before when a coyote trotted too close to the fence. The hair along his shoulders stood on end. Yuki paced, head low, ears pressed flat. Kira let out a sharp bark that snapped open the hush of the night. I froze halfway to the gate, senses stretching. Tree frogs had gone silent. No wind stirred. My breath sounded too loud. Dad likes to say silence in the country is never truly silent. That real quiet means something is wrong. I set the bowls on the ground and clicked on the flashlight we kept hanging by the hydrant. Its beam wobbled as my hands trembled. I swept left to right, past the garden, across the mower's dark bulk, over a tangle of hoses, and stopped when the light caught a reflection. 2 yellow-white points hovered just above the hood of the riding mower. Eyes, I realized, but larger than the coons that raided our trash cans, higher than a fox could reach even on hind legs. For a heartbeat I pictured a deer, maybe attracted by the vegetable scraps we tossed to the chickens. But the eyes did not bob nervously the way deer do. They remained fixed, unblinking, too steady. I stepped back, raising the light, and whatever crouched behind the mower stood. It rose smoothly, in one motion, not the jerky vertical burst of a startled buck, and its height matched my father's, 6 feet, maybe more. My flashlight barely skimmed features, just a tall silhouette, broad at the shoulders, narrowing slightly at the waist, dark enough to swallow the weak light. Something within that silhouette flickered, as if the beam bent around it. My stomach flipped. A thin yelp escaped my throat. Metal bowls clattered from my hands, kibble scattering like hail. I spun and bolted for the porch. My shout brought Dad sprinting from the mudroom, flashlight in hand, yet by the time he reached the pen the shape was gone. He walked the property edge with his military torch, the kind bright enough to blind a bear, but saw nothing except the mower and fresh gouges in the dirt behind it. He dismissed the incident. Must have been a startled deer, he said, but I read the tightness around his mouth, the way he kept scanning the tree line as we latched the dogs into the garage for the night. That encounter cracked the calm of our life. Over the next 4 weeks, death visited daily. It began with small things: a rabbit's back half on the doormat, fermented with dried blood, a raccoon, innards strung across the driveway like beads on a string, a sprawl of starlings shredded beneath the clothesline. Each dawn brought a new scene, always fresh, always carefully placed where we would find it. After day 5 Mom insisted we keep the dogs in at night so they would not stumble upon fresh gore. It made no difference. The offerings escalated: a half-grown fawn with its spine exposed, a wild turkey gutted from beak to tail fan, and finally, one chilling morning, an adult doe splayed on the front steps. The cut ran from jaw to udder, the ribs cracked open as if enormous hands had wrenched them apart. Flies covered the ruin, yet rigor mortis had not set. I gagged behind Dad while he spread a tarp, his face wooden. We said nothing as we hauled the carcass into the woods. By then my brother and sister refused to leave the yard alone. Mom double-bolted the doors each night. Dad set out motion lights and ordered a 4-pack of weatherproof cameras online. The cameras triggered whenever something moved within 30 feet. For the first nights they caught only raccoons, possums, the occasional moth flittering across the lens. Dad mounted the final 2 cameras beneath the eaves, one over the front porch, one at the back steps, angles no animal on the ground should reach. Those remained quiet until one moonless night near the end of September. At 3:17 a.m., the porch camera's spotlight flared, then cut out. A thunk hit the siding next to my bedroom, hard enough that the picture frame over my desk rattled. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. Before I could reach the window, a second thunk echoed, something solid striking vinyl siding. Then a gentler tap, as though fingertips drummed the aluminum screen. I held my breath, ears straining. The dogs, now crated in the laundry room, whimpered. Another tap, this time at the window above my desk. I lurched backward. The screen bulged inward the slightest amount, as if a nail pressed against it from outside. The porch floodlight flashed again, casting a brief rectangle of light. Through it I glimpsed a shadow, tall, thin, no details except length. It vanished when the bulb died. Morning revealed dents in the siding, small, round, like stones thrown hard. Dad replayed camera footage at breakfast. The file showed a blaze of white light, then static. No figure. No object sailing through the air. Nothing. He said a cable must have rattled loose. Mom suggested hailstones. Yet the night had been clear. I ate cereal in silence, milk sloshing in my trembling spoon. October dragged in cold winds and early frosts. One evening, restless from sleepless nights, Dad locked the dogs in the mudroom and joined me on the front deck for fresh air. The sun had set, but the sky glowed purple above the treetops. We talked about school, about the horses needing trimmed hooves, about a Halloween hayride the church planned. Mid-sentence, Dad stopped. Yuki, inside, let out a rolling growl, teeth bared at the glass door. I followed her gaze toward the spot where the yard melted into shadow. Nothing. Yet the hairs on my arms rose. I smelled something, earthy, metallic, a hint of decay, as fleeting as breath. Dad stood, scanning the dark. A single twig cracked, heavy and deliberate. He opened his mouth, closed it again. Then he ushered me in, locking the knob with stiff fingers. Later I found him at the kitchen window staring into the yard, rifle propped beside him. The farm silenced birds and insects before winter truly arrived, but that December of 2014 felt wrong even by cold season standards. Snow came early, 8 inches in one night, followed by a sunlit stillness that gleamed across every field. My siblings stayed indoors, huddled by the wood stove, but I needed air and so volunteered to exercise Zena, my favorite Akita. She loved snow, her white coat nearly disappearing against drifts. We crunched across the back deck, down steps stiff with ice, and into the yard. She leapt, biting at flurries our boots kicked up, her joy infectious. For 10 minutes everything felt normal. Then she halted mid-stride. Her head lifted, ears erect, pupils dilating black against amber. She faced the iron-gray line of oaks where the first encounter took place. My lungs froze. Wind died. The world narrowed to my racing pulse, and the faint hiss of snow shifting in branches overhead. Between two trunks stood a figure. Distance blurred details, but height and posture etched clear, 6 foot plus, lean, the outline of a head that tapered to a slight point, like a rounded cone. No color showed, only a silhouette darker than surrounding shadows. I could not see eyes, yet I felt it stare like a weight on my chest. Zena whined, her confidence drained. For a full minute neither shadow nor dog moved. Then the figure darted left. Not walked, darted, covering 10 yards in a blink. It cut through a stand of pines and vanished. Zena let out a single woof, spun, and bolted for the steps. I sprinted behind her, snow spraying. Inside the door I peeled off wet gloves with shaking fingers and told Mom I wanted to live with her again in town. That night I stuffed clothes into a duffel, my decision final. I visited Dad on weekends, staying only until dusk before driving away. He insisted all was calm, yet I watched him installing a 6-foot fence along the yard's perimeter. He added a second row of motion sensors, taller poles with brighter LEDs. When I asked if he still heard branches snapping, if gifts of carcasses ever reappeared, he gave a thin smile and said there were more coyotes lately but nothing else. I did not believe him. In his eyes lingered the same tightness he wore that first bloody September. Years passed. I moved to a small apartment near college, married, and now live 3 counties away. Yet the memories follow me. Late nights, When traffic outside my window hushes and settling pipes sound like distant footsteps, I remember that first pair of eyes rising behind the mower. I picture the doors split open on the porch and the prints we never found. I imagine a silhouette in moonless dark, tall and patient, waiting at the tree line of my childhood home. Dad still keeps horses. He tells me the pasture grass grows greener every spring. He mentions raccoons raiding the chicken feed, owls nesting in the poplars. When I ask if anything else walks those woods, he deflects, talks about feed costs, about tractor repairs. But I notice he never invites me to spend the night. The porch light he once removed because moths swarmed the bulb now burns from dusk till dawn. A third camera, one he never acknowledges, points toward the only gap in the new fence. Whatever stalked our land still owns a piece of my father's silence, and of mine. I do not speak its name. I do not search for pictures that match a cone-shaped head or eyes that glow white-yellow in faint torchlight. I simply remember. And when autumn settles, bringing winds that turn leaves inside out and bare branches scrape like claws against black sky, I close my own curtains early, lock the doors, and whisper a quiet hope that wherever that creature roams, it stays on its side of the dark. I was 16 the summer everything happened. Back then I wore worn-out sneakers and carried a heart so restless it felt like a pocket full of sparks. My hometown was the sort of American place where the biggest excitement on a weekend was a Friday night football game or a trip to the strip mall. I wanted more than stadium lights and drive-through windows. When our church announced a missions trip to Guatemala that would swing north into the hills of Honduras, I signed the clipboard without thinking twice. My dad volunteered too, partly to help and partly to keep an eye on me, and soon 8 more church members joined the team. 10 of us in total. The plan sounded simple. Spend 2 months building new classrooms beside an old cinderblock church so the neighborhood kids wouldn't have to crowd shoulder to shoulder on splintered benches. What I pictured was a summer of dusty work, clunky Spanish, and maybe a chance to see jungle birds no one back home believed were real. Preparation took half a year. We filled out passports, dug out sleeping bags, raised money at bake sales, and practiced phrases from a dog-eared pocket dictionary. By June everything was packed into duffels that bulged like overfed snakes. The morning the trip began, Mom hugged me hard in the driveway, said she was proud of me, and slipped a folded note into my back pocket. I promised to call every Sunday if phone service cooperated. Then Dad and I piled into a church van with the rest of the crew and drove to the airport, while sunrise painted everything pink. I had flown a couple of times before, but stepping off the plane in Guatemala City felt different. The air hit me like opening a greenhouse door, warm, wet, full of flower scents and exhaust fumes. A man from the local mission partner waved a cardboard sign with our church name. He herded us onto a bus that looked sturdy enough until I noticed spots where daylight shone through rust. The driver's name was Juan, and he grinned like he had gasoline instead of blood, which made sense once I saw him behind the wheel. In Guatemala, traffic laws are suggestions at best. Red lights hang there politely while drivers blast through as if speed itself is immunity. Lanes blur into guidelines. Horns become a language. We jolted past pickup trucks stacked with watermelons, tuk-tuks weaving between semis, and motorcycles carrying entire families. More than once my stomach flipped when our bus squeezed between oncoming headlights and a fruit cart by what felt like inches. Somewhere past the city, concrete gave way to rolling green hills. 3 hours later, miraculously alive, we rattled into a little Honduran town I'll call Santa Piedra. Tin roofs glinted in the afternoon sun, and narrow dirt lanes spiderwebbed among paint-flaked houses. Children ran barefoot beside the bus, laughing and waving. Their excitement infected me. After the door hissed open, I stepped onto the street and felt something in my chest loosen. Everything smelled like wood smoke, corn tortillas, and soil after rain. Chickens clucked under porches. Dogs snoozed in shady spots. Adults nodded greetings, some in Spanish, some in Garifuna. I answered with the phrases I had practiced, and the kids burst into delighted giggles, amazed a tall foreign teenager knew even a handful of their words. During those first days we mixed concrete in wheelbarrows, laid cinder blocks, and hammered nails crooked then straight. Sweat-soaked shirts before breakfast was finished. Between tasks I wandered the edge of the worksite with a gaggle of local boys trailing like lively shadows. One stood out from the beginning. He was maybe 5 or 6 years younger than me, thin as a sapling and quick to grin. Everyone called him Marcos, but for privacy I'll use Mark. He wore an oversized soccer jersey that reached his knees and carried a machete nearly as long as his arm. Among the neighborhood kids he was a natural leader, partly because he was the oldest and partly because he feared nothing. The first afternoon he challenged me to race across a low stone wall. I lost. After that he decided we were hermanos mayores, big brothers, and stuck to me whenever chores allowed. Mark's English was patchy and my Spanish clumsy, yet somehow we understood one another. We traded words for colors, tools, animals. In the evenings, when the air cooled and work paused, we kicked a ragged ball until dusk blurred the goalposts. He teased my terrible footwork. I teased his wild passes. We laughed hard and loud. One day he dared me to climb a mango tree behind the church. Halfway up I slipped and scraped my elbow bloody. He clapped like I had performed a circus trick. Another time he showed me how to split sugar cane with a twist of his machete, and sweet juice dripped down our chins while we sat on an overturned bucket talking about nothing and everything. The weeks rolled by in a rhythm of labor and laughter. Some evenings volunteers held a puppet show for kids. Other nights we sat on plastic chairs outside the guest house while Juan taught us card games. During daylight Mark and I caused minor chaos. We borrowed a neighbor's three-wheeled golf cart, planning to joyride around the soccer field. The steering stuck. We crashed through a makeshift chicken coop. Feathers flew, adults yelled, and we spent an afternoon repairing wire and apologizing. Mostly, though, life felt golden. Late July brought a heat wave. Clouds vanished, leaving the sun a white hammer overhead. Cinder blocks grew too hot to touch. Around lunch one blistering day Mark told me about a spring deep in the surrounding hills. Cold water, he promised, perfect for swimming rapido on hot afternoons. Then he hesitated, pointing toward the tree line beyond the scattered houses. He said the shortest path cut through a patch of forest the older folks called El Bosque Vivo, the living woods, which locals avoided. By day those trees looked ordinary, he admitted, but at dusk they came alive. Branches moved on their own, shadows wandered, and voices echoed even when no one spoke. I rolled my eyes. Kids everywhere inherit spooky stories, but he insisted some adults believed the warnings. He shrugged, grin returning, and said if I was brave we could reach the spring in half an hour. I called his bluff. 5 minutes of banter later we were sneaking away from the worksite, each carrying a canteen and wearing sandals that slurped red dust. The edge of the forest looked innocent, slender pines mixed with broadleaf sabas whose roots bulged like sleeping crocodiles. A skinny path tunneled beneath tangled vines. We pushed aside hanging moss and ducked under branches. Sunlight filtered green and gold. At first I whistled to let Mark know I wasn't afraid, but sound swallowed quickly, as though the foliage drank every note. After 10 minutes we reached a fork Mark swore he recognized. We turned left. 15 more minutes of weaving among trunks brought us to the spring, an oval pool where water dripped from a rocky outcrop, clear as window glass. A thick rope hung from a branch above, tied into knots for climbing. The rope's frayed strands suggested many hands over many summers. We stripped down to shorts and plunged in. Cold bit my skin, but after the scorching build sight it felt glorious. Sunlight slanted onto the surface, turning ripples into shifting coins. Mark climbed the rope and swung into the middle, hollering midair. We splashed, laughed, and floated until shadows lengthened. Then, remembering tool clean-up chore, we dressed and hustled back, arriving sweaty but satisfied for having discovered such a secret oasis. Next afternoon the heat doubled. We hammered nails until boards shimmered, then slipped away for a return visit. Walking the same route felt quicker. Yet as we entered the clearing, I noticed the rope's swing was gone. The branch remained, scarred where the rope had rubbed, but the fiber itself had been cut clean. No frayed ends dangled. Someone would have needed to scramble into the tree with a knife. I frowned, asked Mark if kids here played pranks. He shrugged, surprised too. We studied the ground for footprints but found only old scuffs, maybe ours from yesterday. With a shrug we waded in anyway. Strangely the water stung colder than before, prickling my legs. My chest tightened, but I blamed nerves and dived under. An hour later clouds banded purple near the horizon. We climbed out, shivered, and dressed. The woods felt denser. Even the air tasted different, damp and metallic. We hurried the path we thought we knew, but twists overlapped. At one bend a fallen branch blocked the way though it hadn't been there earlier. Wind hissed low. Leaves rustled although nothing seemed to move. I glanced back and forth, feeling the undercurrent of unease ripple through my skin. Mark's shoulders tensed. He quickened his machete's rhythm, chopping reeds we didn't remember from before. A wrong turn became two. Suddenly the trail vanished entirely beneath thick ground cover. Sunlight dipped, blue dusk seeped between trunks. Mark stopped, breathing hard. He admitted he'd never ventured this deep after sunset. We turned to retrace steps, but the direction behind us now looked unfamiliar, every tree trunk a twin. I flicked my phone flashlight on. The cone of light revealed vines twisted like ropes across the path. Mark hacked one, but the machete lodged. He yanked it free, and the vine recoiled almost as if alive. We kept moving, hearts hammering. Then the forest shifted. Branches above creaked though no breeze stirred. Twigs to our left snapped, then to our right. My light quivered across bark, and shapes blurred at the edges, dark slivers sliding between trunks. Before I could speak, Mark froze. Ahead, half hidden among roots, a figure stood. My light steadied on it, the outline of a slender woman, but wrong in every possible detail. Skin gray-black, fissured like burnt cedar. Limbs narrow and jagged with twig-thin offshoots. Where hair should be, thin straggles of bark threaded down to narrow shoulders. Eyes, a dark sheen deeper than shadow, seemed to drink the beam. Her mouth, if it was a mouth, formed a cracked hollow. Time crouched still. I tried a step backward. The creature lifted an arm that split into spindled fingers. At the movement, Mark gasped, foot catching on knotted roots that writhed around his ankle. He fell. The roots tightened, and the tree woman stepped forward. From her throat came a noise like wood dragged across stone. My muscles unlocked. I screamed, grabbing Mark's shoulders. He fumbled for his machete with shaking hands. Roots crawled higher up his calf. He swung once, blade biting wood, slicing the root. A sound ripped from the figure, half shriek, half wind through dead branches. The severed root oozed dark sap. Mark heaved upright, face ashen. We bolted through undergrowth. Branches whipped our arms. I heard the crack of bark behind us, quick and sharp like footsteps. Mark slashed a frantic path, leaves flying. I stumbled on loose soil, scrambled upright. The forest roared, no source, just a rising slam of noise in my skull. We burst past a cluster of spiny shrubs, tore down a slope, slipped into ravine shadows. Breath rasped hot, lungs aflame. We dared not stop. Minutes felt stretched, seconds too long. Finally the woods thinned, moonlight leaking through gaps. The air shifted, open, less heavy. Mark slowed, listening. Nothing chased. Silence spread, no twig snapped, no wood scraped. He asked if we could rest. Legs like water, I nodded and sank to damp leaves. Memory blurs at that point. I remember Mark leaning over me, face pale in the phone's glow. I remember distant voices, flashlight beams arcing through trunks. Evidently Mark, fueled by fear and adrenaline, dragged me until townspeople searching for missing boys spotted the light. When I fully awoke, I lay on a cot inside the guest house. The team gathered around, relief mixing with reprimand. Nobody bought our story. They said maybe we got spooked by a screech owl or hallucinated from dehydration. They pointed at our scratches, said jungle vines trip everyone. Dad hugged me tight but gave a stern lecture about responsibility. Mark and I exchanged looks, shared terror bottled behind teenage bravado. Neither of us tried retelling the details. Work finished 2 weeks later. We dedicated the building in a midday ceremony, the kids wearing best clothes, adults clapping as we cut a ribbon tied to unfinished posts. Cameras flashed. But behind smiles, my nerves quivered. I avoided the forest edge. When the bus finally bounced down the hill, headed back to Guatemala City, I exhaled hours of tension. Part of me stayed behind, the echo of that shriek and the image of barkskin cracking like drought ground. Back in the States, life rolled on. Junior year swallowed me in homework, games, weekend shifts at a grocery. I emailed Mark twice, then tried a letter, telling silly stories from school, asking how he was. No reply. I convinced myself our friendship belonged to that summer, and maybe he wanted distance from whatever had happened. I boxed the memory, sealed it with the label, unexplainable. Years blurred. High school graduation, college orientation, late-night cram sessions, cheap coffee, first heartbreak, first apartment with peeling linoleum. I drifted from missions trips to internships. By 25 I taught elementary art, used Google Classroom instead of chalkboards. Then one chilly October afternoon 5 years ago, a tan envelope waited in my mailbox, stamps marked, Honduras, curling at the corners. Inside lay a sheet of lined paper filled with neat Spanish and English mix. I caught my breath. Mark. He wrote slowly, choosing words with care. He apologized for silence, confessed he spent years pretending the forest never happened. Talking about it made it real, ignoring it helped him cope. But now he and his wife expected a baby, and before opening that chapter he wanted to close others. He explained he no longer lived in Santa Piedra. City work called him away, but family still farmed there. Rumors said a developer bought the forested land near the spring, planning resort cabins. Construction halted when workers vanished. Authorities blamed smugglers. Locals whispered about El Bosque Vivo. 10 years, almost to the day of our encounter. Reading his letter, my hands shook like during that night in the woods. Memories flooded, gray bark skin, endless eyes, the gnash of roots tightening around Mark's leg. I realized I had half convinced myself it was teenage exaggeration stitched into nightmares. Yet Mark's words brought it roaring back, undeniable, breathing. I wrote him a long reply on plain notebook paper. I told him I forgave his silence. That trauma can silence anyone, and I was proud he was becoming a father. I admitted I still woke some nights, heart pounding at the phantom sound of branches scraping glass. The letter traveled south. Weeks later another arrived, shorter but warm. He said hearing my version eased his mind. We had both carried the same fear. We write now every few months, updates about his son's first steps, about my students' messy finger paint masterpieces. But sometimes the letters veer. He describes new rumors. Hunters hearing a woman's laugh ripple through empty air. Farmers finding coffee plants twisted at dawn. I read those lines slowly, pulse steady, because across the miles the living woods still stand and something ancient still walks those shadows. I do not know what the tree woman wanted or why a machete blow made her retreat. Maybe wood bleeds sap like flesh bleeds blood. Maybe the forest felt our fear and relented. Maybe sunlight on the edge spun her back into bark. I may never know. Yet one truth remains. When dusk settles over any stand of trees, whether Honduran hills or the maples behind my apartment, I feel a prickle on my neck, and I remember a summer sprint among roots, the scrape of a blade, and a shriek that sounded like wind but carried warning. Some nights I whisper a quiet promise to Mark's son, though he will never hear it. Stay away from places the locals fear, and if you must enter, carry sharp steel, a brave heart, and a companion who will drag you back to light if shadows pull too hard. I'm Eric, and for almost 20 years I've called the same patch of northern Michigan countryside home. The place feels tucked away from the rest of the world, one gravel road, a scattering of mailboxes, and more maples, birches, and pines than anyone could count. When I stand on my porch in late summer, I can look past my vegetable garden, across a sloping lawn, and into woods so thick and shadowed that in full leaf they swallow every hint of sky. In the warmer months, deer drift through at dawn and dusk, snipping the hostas I keep telling myself to fence. Foxes appear now and then, quick russet flashes that vanish as fast as they arrive. Raccoons potter along the shed roof to raid the compost. From the start, I accepted all that as part of the quiet rhythm of a rural life. That rhythm broke last winter, and even as I write these words with autumn closing in again, I'm not sure it will ever feel truly regular or safe. January in my part of Michigan tends to show no mercy. Cold settles deep, a stubborn, bone-stiff cold that laughs at insulated boots and triple-layered gloves. Snow blows in off Lake Superior and drifts until it swallows fence posts. Plows leave tall ridges at the ends of driveways, and every few days the wind erases the distinction between yard, field, and road. My house sits almost 2 acres back from the county highway on land once cleared for hay. A narrow asphalt ribbon climbs from the mailbox toward the porch, flanked by a snow-bent rail fence on one side and my aging apple trees on the other. The backyard slopes away to the west, leveling out about halfway before giving up its last tame stretch to a wall of evergreens so dense that even in winter only the uppermost branches glare white with frost. Early that January, storms came one after another, piling record amounts of snow. Nights hit 10, 20 below, and stayed there. By the second week my drive had narrowed to a single lane carved between high banks. I own a gas snowblower, but I still prefer the old aluminum scoop for clean-up passes. Something about the rhythmic scrape, push, lift that calms me. On the afternoon it happened, I'd stepped outside a little before 3, thinking I could clear the fresh 8 inches before the light faded. The sky was bright, cloudless, and useless for warmth. Every breath I exhaled drifted up in a slow curl before freezing into nothing. I'd been at it 20 minutes, clearing a tidy rectangle near the turnaround, when I decided to stand, roll my shoulders, and look around, the way you do when you live alone and the quiet starts to feel heavy. When I first glanced toward the timberline, nothing registered as off. A farmhouse brain gets used to scanning trees automatically, filing shapes into deer, stump, or drift. My eyes slid across snow-bright trunks, lingered on a cluster of dark verticals, and, without knowing why, came back. One trunk looked wrong. It was too symmetrical, too evenly wide all the way up, and distinctly separate from the nearest tree, though I hadn't noticed any gap a second earlier. I narrowed my eyes, but glare off the snow forced me to shade my brow with a gloved hand. The shape stayed put, unmoving, as though daring me to stare harder. That's when my mind tried to label it something ordinary. Maybe the broken top of a pine piled with snow, maybe 2 trees lined up just so. Then sunlight hit the shape's upper half and a dull brown shimmered where snow should have gleamed. Brown wasn't bark, and as I studied that patch a slight outline emerged, shoulders, a faint angle of upper arm, the curve of a head that tapered into pointed ears. I'm not slow to accept odd things in nature. I know how a half-buried log can look like a bear, how wind-blown snow can set a dead branch rocking. So at first I told myself I was seeing a deer rearing against a shrub, or perhaps a moose. I'd once spotted a moose while driving through the UP, though never this far south. But the longer I looked, the less deer-like it appeared. The shape stood too tall, easily 4, maybe 5 feet above where a buck's antlers would be. And the head was wrong, long muzzle, ears pricked like a German shepherd's. Legs, there seemed to be 2 visible, looked jointed the way a dog's hind legs look when it rears up to beg, except these supported the body easily, no wobble, no hint of strain. I stopped breathing for one long beat. My lungs burned. I blinked fast, expecting it to dissolve into some simple trick of perspective. It did not. If anything, my second, clearer look showed more impossible detail. The torso was thick with muscle beneath dense, dark fur, almost black against the snow. Its elbows bent outward just slightly, arms hanging in an almost human posture. One hand, or paw, rested by its side, and the fingers ended in blunt yet obvious claws. Above the muzzle a pair of amber eyes glinted, picking up the sun exactly like a dog's eyes sometimes catch a flashlight beam at night. Something primal in my spine fired all at once, cold panic, electric and sudden. Every sound around me faded. Even the little gusts rustling snow off pine boughs seemed to hush. My heartbeat felt loud enough to stew snow a foot away. The shovel's steel blade scraped as I lifted it. Reflex, defense, like a caveman brandishing a stick against a saber-tooth. The creature did not move. It simply watched. My mind screamed that this must be a prank, a neighbor in a costume. But at 20 below, no neighbor would stand shirtless in the woods, let alone 8 feet tall with dog legs. Over and over in my head ran one childish word: run. Yet I couldn't quite run, not while those yellow eyes held mine. So I began stepping backward across the drive, slow, deliberate, one boot sinking deep after the other. 10 paces put the front porch between me and the line of sight. I climbed the steps sideways, fumbled the door open, and slipped inside. Only then did I slam the deadbolt and press my back against the wood, breath coming ragged. I stayed like that maybe 30 seconds, then hurried through the living room to the kitchen window. Higher angle, better view. The patch of trees where it had stood looked empty now. Branches swayed lightly, though they'd been mostly still moments earlier. No fur. No outline. Not even a clump of disturbed snow. Adrenaline kept me pacing every downstairs window. I phoned 2 neighbors whose properties touched mine at the far end of the woods. They were polite but puzzled. No, they hadn't seen anything odd. No snowmobilers, no bear tracks, just the regular winter quiet. I thanked them, hung up, and stared again. Twice I thought I saw a shadow slide between trunks, but I could never lock eyes the way I had outside. Night came early. I triple-latched patio doors. I kept the television low volume under the buzz of the furnace fan, so I could listen for crunching snow outside. Around midnight, a gust shook icicles off the eaves and I jumped hard enough to rattle the armchair. Light in the backyard, my motion flood, never clicked on. At some point I dozed in that chair, waking stiff hours later. Nothing moved beyond the glass, but cold quietness felt heavier than normal. Morning sun painted everything pink, cheerful and cruel, because nothing should look so lovely after fear. Yet curiosity marched alongside dread. I ate fast, pulled boots on, grabbed a heavier flashlight, and followed my own shoveled path toward the tree line. 50 yards of pristine snow separated me from the place. When I reached the spot, my stomach crawled into my throat. There, sunk deep and crisp, was a string of prints, broader than any dog or wolf, longer than any cat, a full 1.5 feet from toe point to heel. Each print showed 2 segments, the front oval where pads met snow, and a triangular rear section I realized was a heel. A dogman, the internet would call it. Something that walked on its toes but could plant a flat step when standing. I measured one print against my boot. The width matched my forefoot, but it extended 3 inches longer. Claws had scored the snow at the tips, leaving 4 clean gouges. The stride, from one heel mark to the next, stretched more than 4 feet. Whatever had made these tracks was built like a linebacker and stepped like a dancer. They led straight into the dense trees. I followed, hard hammering, until the wind had drifted loose powder across enough distance that I lost the trail. Behind me, my own path was the only other disturbance in the white. For the next 2 weeks, my life rearranged itself around unease. I shoveled only at midday. I stacked firewood before dusk, hurrying each load. Curtains that once stayed open for the moonlight now closed at sundown, because the thought of amber eyes catching my lamplight from beyond the glass turned my stomach. Some evenings faint sounds drifted out of the trees, snaps like thick branches breaking, thumps like something heavy dropping from height, distant throaty growls so low I felt them more than heard. Each time I told myself wind can make all sorts of noises as it twirls through frozen boughs. But wind does not howl in intervals long enough to mimic breath. Wind does not pace just outside motion light range, stopping each time I flick a switch. The worst night came shortly before February. I woke near 2 a.m., certain some noise had scraped the edge of my dream. I sat up waiting. Silence. Then, faint but clear, snow compressing under weight. Chunk, crunch, chunk. The steps came from the backyard side, far enough to be muffled but steady. I eased out of bed, padded to the spare room's window, and lifted a corner of the shade. Moonlight was out, throwing yard shapes in high contrast. Nothing moved. For nearly a minute I searched shadow after shadow, until my eyes adjusted further, and I saw what at first looked like a stump just inside the tree line. The stump shifted ever so slightly. No antlers, no branch silhouette overhead. It was a head, I realized, and as soon as that thought crystallized, the head turned. I glimpsed the faintest glint, 2 points of reflected silver. Then the shape sank down fluidly, disappearing below the line of brush, as if settling onto forelimbs before melting into deeper dark. No sharp exit, no dramatic dash, just absence, swift and final. After that I started waking before dawn, standing at the window like a soldier on watch. Sometimes wind carried what sounded like far-off yips, fox-like but too deep, too resonant. Some mornings nothing happened at all, which only sharpened anticipation. Days lengthened inch by inch, the cold softened its bite. Yet each melt and refreeze in March reminded me winter wasn't done, and I wondered if the creature's season wasn't done either. Spring eventually wore the snow down to gray, then patches of wet earth, then to clean, loamy ground. Trillium popped in shady corners. Blackbirds returned to the cattails beyond the north fence. My rational mind pushed the January encounter into a category labeled possibly explained someday. I moved on, as much as you can move on from staring into eyes that should not exist. But I never stopped glancing at that tree line when the yard fell quiet. Summer heat arrived with thunderstorms, buzzing mosquitoes, and fireflies winking over the lawn. On humid July nights I sometimes stepped onto the porch, trying to smell rain coming. More than once I thought I sensed something else, a faint musk, almost canine, just beyond the honeysuckle scent. Each time I retreated inside long before lightning rolled in. Now autumn is rolling back. Maples have started to blush. Barred owls call at dusk. Hunters will venture into those woods soon, tracking deer they can field dress blindfolded. Part of me wonders if any of them will stumble on prints half again larger than wolf prints, or glimpse, between flurries, a towering shadow that stands upright until spotted. Maybe they'll chalk it up to adrenaline and distance the way I nearly did. Maybe they'll shoulder rifles and clear the woods of what I saw. Or maybe the creature, dogman, woodwalker, whatever name fits, merely returns in the coldest months, moving south only when snow silences the earth enough to cloak its passing. Last week I bought new floodlights rated for 50 yards. I plan to mount them higher on the old elm next to the shed, aiming their beams toward the mysterious strip between lawn and forest. Will extra lumens keep a creature like that away? I don't know. I do know the memory of amber eyes fixed on me in midday sun will never fade, and neither will the knowledge that sometimes, when the world feels settled and ordinary, something extraordinary and unnerving still stands just inside the shadows, watching. I will keep living here, tending my garden, mending fences, stacking firewood. But I will always pause at the porch rail, winter or summer, and search the trees, because once you've seen the impossible, you can never go back to assuming the tree line holds only trees. I have lived on this stretch of land in rural Washington for more than a decade, yet every time the wind shifts through the trees I remember the first day I saw it. Back then, the place felt endless, an ocean of evergreens that rippled in the afternoon sun and whispered in the dark. I came here looking for quiet, and mostly I found it. My nearest neighbor is a 5-minute drive down a dirt road, the little town another 10 past that, and on 3 sides of my property the national forest begins like a wall of living green. The woods are my comfort. In summer I walk the game trails at dawn, tasting the cool air that rolls off the mountains. In winter I split cedar by the shed and listen to ravens calling from the frozen canopy. I have hunted mule deer here, hauled trout out of hidden creeks, and spent more nights under canvas than I can easily count. The forest has its moods, foggy mornings when the mist clings to the tree trunks like ghostly cloth, hot afternoons when everything smells of pitch, and starbright midnights so silent you can hear your own pulse. But until one August evening a few years back, I never felt unsafe. That summer was dry. The grass in the lower pasture turned from green to pale gold by early July, and each sunset dragged a ribbon of dusty orange across the sky. My vegetable garden, a fenced patch beside the barn, was only surviving thanks to a drip hose I rigged from the well. The deer noticed, of course, they always do, and their fresh hoofprints showed up almost every morning around the tomatoes. Because of that, I began a habit of walking the edge of my land every evening just after supper. I would start at the old cedar gate behind the house, follow a rough path north along the fence, cut west until the fence met the national forest, and then return to the house by a logging spur that skirts my pond. The loop is just under a mile, easy going, and in daylight it takes less than half an hour. Jake made the circuit with me. He is a big German shepherd, thick-necked and long-legged, the color of dark honey over his back and pale cream on his belly. I adopted him from a breeder who trains search and rescue dogs. He has always carried himself like a working animal, serious, alert, glad to move but never foolish with his strength. When he was a pup I would take him into town so he could get used to cars and crowds, and he greeted everything with calm curiosity. Later, when we started hiking together, he learned to freeze at the point of my finger, to circle wide when I whispered coyote, and to sit like a statue when I raised my hand. Nothing ever rattled him, not thunder, not gunfire, not the howl of a mountain lion drifting across a canyon after midnight. That's important to remember. The evening in question had been ordinary. I grilled venison steaks I had trimmed and frozen the previous fall, and ate on the porch while the sun slipped lower and the mosquitoes came out. Afterward I whistled to Jake, slung a small flashlight on my belt, and headed for the cedar gate. The sky was still bright in the west, but the forest itself was already sliding toward shadow. Pine needles underfoot made a soft bed that muffled my steps. Now and then a cricket chirped. Every so often I heard the dry clatter of a branch shedding cones. In short, the woods sounded alive, the way they always do. We had almost completed the loop, perhaps 200 yards from the point where my boundary posts meet the government land, when Jake stopped. One moment he was trotting beside me, nose down, tail swinging. The next he froze as if someone had pressed a button. His head snapped up. Both ears stood erect, and a low growl began to vibrate in his chest. I felt the sound through the leash before I fully heard it. I opened my mouth to tell him easy, but the word died on my tongue because in that same instant the forest shut itself off like a blown fuse. The cicadas, the nuthatches, the distant frogs in the marsh below the ridge, all went quiet. It was wrong, the way a sudden power outage feels wrong when the refrigerator quits humming and you realize, only then, how many small noises hold the world together. I have crossed paths with bears. I have accidentally walked within 10 yards of an elk cow tending a calf. The woods will hush for a black bear, but not like this, and usually not for long. The silence felt deliberate, almost aware. My skin prickled. Jake's growl deepened. Something grunted. The sound drifted from inside the shadowed trees just beyond my fence, as though made by a huge throat clearing itself. It was too low for a cougar, too breathy for a buck, too half-human for any animal I could name. Instinct tugged at me. Turn around, walk back to the house, pretend you heard nothing, but curiosity is sticky. I unhooked the flashlight and thumbed it on, casting a white cone into the timber. At first the beam showed only trunks, moss, and a tangle of ferns. Then two pale orbs reflected the light, eyes set high, higher than any deer's. My mind struggled to scale them. They were far apart, wide across a head that had to be enormous. I tried to convince myself they belonged to an elk, but an elk would have bolted the moment the beam struck, and those eyes did not waver. They stared. Slowly a silhouette emerged around them, broad shoulders covered in rough hair, a heavy torso tapering into hips too narrow for a bear, thick legs that bent like a man's. From the ground to the crown of its head it stood taller than the doorway to my barn. Steam rolled from its mouth each time it exhaled, a steady rhythm, unhurried and confident. Jake whined. The sound came out small and frightened, nothing like the dog I knew, and the hairs on my arms lifted because I realized the thing before me balanced on 2 feet. No four-legged animal stands that still without sway. No wild beast I have tracked has ever shown such solid poise. A pulse beat in my ears, loud as hoofbeats. I told myself to back away, yet my boots felt nailed in place. Then, foolishly, I took a step toward the fence. Maybe I wanted a better look. Maybe I hoped the logical part of my brain would rearrange the shape into something familiar. The creature reacted instantly. Its lips peeled from big square teeth in a snarl that rolled into a roar. The sound shook inside my chest, as though the air itself had turned solid and struck me. In the same breath the thing hurled backward, deeper into the understory, moving with a speed that seemed unreal for its size. Branches snapped, bushes thrashed, and the eyes vanished. From the first snarl to the moment silence returned, less than 2 seconds passed. I did not linger. I spun, clipped the flashlight to my belt with shaking hands, and walked fast, very fast, toward the house. Running felt risky. Every muscle wanted to sprint, but instinct warned that sudden flight might trigger pursuit. Jake trotted beside me, close enough that his flank brushed my leg. When we reached the back door I slammed it shut, locked the deadbolt, and dragged a heavy oak bench across the jamb for good measure. Only then did I realize my breathing came in ragged gasps. Inside, the familiar rooms of my home looked ordinary. Kitchen table, sofa, the lamp carved from a shed antler, but the windows were sheets of black glass reflecting my own anxious face. I retrieved my hunting rifle, loaded a magazine, and sat in the living room with the barrel resting across my lap. Jake kept pacing, nails tapping the hardwood. Every creak of the rafters, every crunch of gravel settling in the driveway felt like a footstep. Midnight crawled by. 2 a.m. found me still staring at the back door. Somehow the night settled into dawn without incident, though sleep never came. Sunrise over the ridge painted the clearing pink. I waited until full daylight before venturing out. The air smelled of dry pine and dew. My nerves prickled, but the rational part of my mind insisted I look, if only to prove to myself that I had dreamed half of it. Jake followed, tail low but wagging slightly, as though daylight had restored a fraction of his courage. The fence line showed no sign of damage, yet just beyond the wire the soil held tracks, deep and wide. I knelt to inspect them. The impressions were shaped like feet, larger than any boot, wider than my open hand, toes visible at the front, the arch pressed into the earth. Each step sank a good inch deeper than my own prints beside them. I tried to ignore how they pointed toward my property before turning back into the national forest. I tried to ignore that bears do not leave 5-toed impressions that wide, nor do they place one hind foot neatly in front of the other like a person on a casual stroll. I considered taking photographs, but I could not steady the camera. Instead, I spent the afternoon adding another strand of barbed wire above the existing fence, though I doubted it would hinder anything that stood 8 feet tall. That evening I did not walk the perimeter. I stayed indoors, windows closed, lights off early. A week passed. My world settled into a wary routine. I went to work in town, I mowed the grass, I repaired a broken gutter, but I kept a rifle propped by the back door. Some nights I heard knocks, sharp, deliberate taps echoing through the timber like someone pounding on a hollow log with a club. Twice I woke to a distant howl, not wolf, not coyote, but a long mournful cry that started low, rose into a throat-tearing pitch, and cut off abruptly. Each time the hair on my neck lifted. Jake would bristle and stare at the wall as if he could see through it. Friends noticed I had grown quiet. I told only 2 people. One laughed, suggested I had stumbled upon an overeager bear on 2 legs. The other listened, eyes wide, but offered no explanation. I stopped bringing it up. Late September brought cool nights. The aspen leaves turned butter yellow, and the pond skimmed with ice before dawn. One evening I sat on the porch with a mug of coffee, listening to rain patter on the roof, soft, rhythmic, the sort of sound that usually settles my mind. Yet unease lingered. Now and then Jake's ears flicked toward the tree-line, though I heard nothing. When I finally went inside and turned the bolt, I caught myself glancing at the dark forest one last time, half expecting those pale eyes to glow back at me. About 2 months after the first sighting, daylight offered a grim surprise. I set out mid-morning to check the fence after a windstorm. Near the same junction where the creature had stood, I smelled blood before I saw it, a metallic sweetness mixed with wet earth. A deer lay among flattened ferns, its body ravaged. The ribcage was pried wide open, ribs snapped outward as though by hands. No predator I know pulls prey apart like that. Cats slice with claws and teeth, bears rend but leave marks, and coyotes tear strips. This carcass suggested brute force, not cutting edges. No sign of bullet or arrow hinted at poachers. I backed away, stomach churning, and left the deer for scavengers. That afternoon I drove to town for more ammunition and several motion sensor lights, which I mounted along the porch and garage. Through autumn and into early winter the forest remained quiet in the ordinary way. I heard normal animal sounds, the cough of a buck, the chatter of squirrels, but the tree knocks stopped. The strange howls faded. Snow came late, dusting the clearing in white on Christmas Eve. By then I almost believed the creature had passed through and moved on. Almost. Because even now, years later, certain nights pull a thread of memory tight inside me. I will sit on the porch with Jake at my feet, the house dark behind us, the distant hum of the town's single traffic light blending with the rustle of wind in the needles. And without warning the forest will fall still. Cicadas hush. A whippoorwill silences mid-call. My pulse stutters because the silence feels familiar, like the hush that hangs between a lightning flash and the thunderclap. Jake will rise, leaning forward, nose high, body trembling with a growl so low it barely registers as sound. In those moments I can almost sense a gaze sliding over the clearing, probing the shadows near the barn, weighing the distance to the porch steps. I always reach for the flashlight. I sweep the beam across the line where my yard meets the trees, but the light shows only trunks, snow, and the silver shimmer of frost on last year's grass. Nothing moves. Nothing answers. After a minute the night resumes its normal voice, the drip of melting icicles, the creak of branches swaying, and Jake's hackles settle. We go inside, lock the door, and I sit by the wood stove until the coffee pot whistles, telling myself that everything is fine, that daylight will wash the fear away as it always does. Yet I remember. I remember the size of those shoulders, the intelligence behind those steady eyes, the way the roar rolled through my bones, and the tracks that pressed so deep they might still hold an echo of weight. I remember the ruined deer and the way Jake, brave Jake, whimpered like a puppy. I remember that whether the creature moved on or not, the forest remains vast, and night stretches long between trees. I take comfort in the habits that ground me. I split wood, I feed Jake, I mend fences. But I no longer walk the perimeter after sunset. The flashlight stays on the shelf, untouched once the sky reddens. When friends visit and ask why I keep motion lights glaring down the driveway even on full moon nights, I tell them the deer are thick and I like to see what's moving out there. They nod, sip their coffee, and never question the rifle leaning by the door. Every so often I consider selling the place, moving closer to town, trading trees for streetlights. But the idea melts when I step outside on a crisp morning and smell cedar smoke drifting through sunlight. The forest is part of me, and most days it feels like an old friend. Still, friends can hold secrets, and sometimes the best friendship is built on distance and respect. So I give the woods its evenings, and it gives me the days. I suspect that arrangement suits us both. If there is something watching, something tall and silent that slips between the pines on feet broader than a man's, I hope it keeps its distance. I do not wish it harm. The world is wide enough for mysteries. Yet I have promised myself one thing. The next time the forest goes dead quiet and Jake's growl vibrates in the air like distant thunder, I will turn back to the house. I will lock the door, sit by the stove, and let the night have the darkness it deserves. Until then I wake each dawn grateful, step onto the porch, and breathe the cool mountain air, while somewhere beyond the fence line the deep woods keep their counsel, holding the memory of a summer evening when I learned that the world is older, wilder, and far stranger than I ever imagined. I grew up in a quiet pocket of the Pacific Northwest, tucked in a neighborhood where every house had cedar shingles and every backyard ended in a sea of old-growth forest. My mother, may she rest in peace, believed every living thing had a place in that forest and every creature deserved respect. If a spider wandered across the kitchen counter while she was making breakfast, she would coax it onto a strip of stiff paper and carry it outside, telling me, "Bella, remember that nature always balances itself. A spider needs its bugs, and the bugs need their leaves, and the leaves need their light. If you take something out of its home, something else will rush in to fill the empty space." When wasps built a nest under our porch roof one warm June, she refused to call an exterminator. Instead, she slid on her gardening gloves, built a wooden box with a screen lid, and on a cool morning when the insects moved slow, eased the nest inside. Together we carried that box deep into the trees, past the blackberry patch, around the dry creek bed, and into a little glade lit by shafts of sun. We set the box on a stump and waited while the paper house rustled awake. The wasps crawled, climbed, and finally took to the air. Only after the last buzzing body lifted away did we walk home, leaving the porch to reclaim its silence. Our nearest neighbor was a narrow salt-gray house across the road, half hidden behind rhododendron bushes that flamed purple every May. The house belonged to Mr. Martell, a man who always seemed to carry November in his eyes even in the middle of July. He moved in when I was barely 5, a tall figure with black hair that was already storm-cloud gray at the temples. A long, jagged scar ran across his left bicep. Neighborhood rumors said he got it during a bear hunt somewhere in Alaska, but nobody in my town hunted anything larger than a grouse, so most folks whispered he must have brought trouble with him. Children called him Ice Eyes because, when he looked at you, it felt like stepping barefoot onto a slab of winter lake. He never smiled at the block parties. He never came to summer barbecues even when my mother sent me over with an invitation and a Tupperware full of deviled eggs. Yet whenever my mom carried a pot of her hearty beef stew next door, chunks of carrot, onion, and potato floating in rich broth, he opened the door, murmured a gruff thank you, and handed back the container washed so spotless it sparkled. His yard was small, fenced on 3 sides, and most of it was taken up by a flower garden. Pink peonies, white lilies, sunflower heads heavy enough to hang like lanterns, all staked in neat rows. At the very center, resting on a waist-high pedestal, stood a stone urn carved with the image of a black bird in flight. The urn never moved. The flowers changed with the seasons, yet that single gray vessel remained in its circular patch of mulch like a quiet sentinel. I used to stare at it whenever I brought stew. I remember the day I was 15. Old enough to feel brave but still young enough to speak before thinking, when I finally asked whose ashes rested inside. Mr. Martell paused in his watering, silver drops falling from the spout of the can in slow arcs. "My wife," he said. "Raven." The name fell like a pebble into deep water, and something in his face softened for half a heartbeat. Then the hardness returned, and he turned back to his flowers. That August, the air smelled of sun-bleached grass and wood smoke. Our little cul-de-sac buzzed with lawn mowers by day and kids on bicycles by dusk. My friends and I had our annual end-of-summer sleepover at Sarah's house, 3 blocks away on the opposite edge of the woods. 8 of us crammed into her basement rec room, gossiping and painting each other's nails fluorescent colors under the glow of a lava lamp. Around 10, Sarah's mother shuffled downstairs in slippers and announced she felt a migraine coming on. "Lights out, girls," she said, massaging her temples. "Party's over." Most of the girls called their parents for rides, but I insisted I would walk home. I knew the forest path by heart, a foot-wide ribbon of dirt beaten smooth by neighborhood kids over years of games and dares. The moon was nearly full, bright enough to cast shadows, and I told everyone I would text the moment I reached my porch. I slipped on my hoodie, slung a small backpack over my shoulders, and stepped into the night. The trail began behind Sarah's fence, winding between ferns that brushed the hems of my jeans. Crickets sang overhead, their chorus rising and falling like waves against the shore. The moonlight spilled in silver pools wherever the branches parted. I kept a steady pace, letting my mind drift to the coming school year, driver's ed next month, choir auditions, maybe a part-time job at the bakery. Halfway home I paused to retie a shoelace. When I straightened, silence punched the air flat. No insects. No wind. The forest held its breath just the way it does seconds before a storm. Something snapped, a crisp crunch, as though a heavy boot had crushed a twig, off to my left where the undergrowth grew thick. I stilled, listening. Another crunch, closer now. My heart pounded. Deer, I told myself. Just a deer late for the meadow. But deer do not break branches off at waist height. A figure stepped into the clearing ahead, and every thought drained from my head. The creature stood half in shadow, half in silver moonlight, its skin pale gray as river stone. A rack of antlers crowned a skull that was part deer, part something human. Empty sockets glowed faint and yellow. Its torso was elongated, ribs showing through taut skin, arms ending in clawed fingers long as switchblades. When it inhaled, its sides stretched thin like drumheads. When it exhaled, the air whistled out between teeth too sharp, too many. I could not scream. The thing opened its jaws wider than any human mouth should. From that cavern came my mother's voice, soft and coaxing. Come here, dear. Mommy will take you home. The sound rooted me to the spot, so familiar, so wrong. Fear surged hot behind my eyes. I spun, intending to bolt back down the path. But another shape glided from the darkness in front of me. Tall, furred, moving on four limbs, yet its shoulders rolled with a predator's grace. A wolf, I thought. Then it rose onto hind legs and kept rising until it matched the height of a grown man. Forelimbs lengthened into sinewy arms, paws opening into hands tipped with sickle claws. Its muzzle wrinkled, revealing white fangs. In the moonlight its eyes, yellow, intelligent, locked on mine. I was trapped between monsters, neither fully beast nor fully man. Behind me, the antlered creature took one sliding step forward, bones popping under its skin. It spoke again, but this time the voice was not my mother's. It was a woman's voice filled with longing and loss. Darling, my love, why did you abandon me? The wolf thing threw its head back and howled, a deep, mournful sound that quivered through the night. Then it lunged past me, claws extended. T. The clearing exploded into chaos. The antlered creature met the charge with its own screeching roar, and the two clashed like titans, a blur of fur, claws, antlers, almost too fast for my eyes. Blood sprayed dark across the moonlit leaves. I staggered backward. The deer thing flew against a tree so close I felt the bark shudder. It hit the trunk, screamed, and stared straight at me with empty sockets that somehow saw. Its face twisted into hatred, and I felt something cold and hungry crawl into my mind, as though it were trying to burrow under my skin. The wolf creature slammed into it again, breaking the spell. Run! It barked, voice deep and ragged. I ran. Branches whipped my arms. Brambles tore at my jeans. Every breath felt stolen from a stranger, cold and metallic. Behind me the forest rang with snarls, cracking timber, the wet slap of bodies colliding. I burst through a fringe of blackberry bushes into my backyard, shoes skidding on damp grass. Lights glowed behind the kitchen curtains. My mother stood on the back porch, robe wrapped tight, face pale in porch light. Mom! Mom! I sobbed. There's a monster! She gathered me inside, bolted the door, and spent an hour smoothing my hair, rocking me the way she had when nightmares sent me crying as a child. I tried to explain the antlers, the wolf thing, the voices, but words came out jagged. She stroked my cheek and whispered that sometimes the forest shows us things we do not understand. She brewed chamomile tea, laced with honey, and made me sip until my trembling slowed. Long after she turned off the lamp, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the distant howl of a lone wolf echo across the trees. Sometime before dawn exhaustion dragged me under. Morning brought sunlight slanting through curtains and the smell of cinnamon toast. Mom hummed at the stove like nothing strange had happened. She spooned steaming beef stew into a container, the same recipe Mr. Martell loved, and handed it to me. Be a dear and take this across the street, she said. My legs wobbled all the way to his porch. I knocked. The door opened. Mr. Martell stood in the frame, head wrapped in fresh white bandages, left eye hidden beneath gauze. Both forearms were swaddled, and reddish spots bled through where the cloth pressed his skin. Yet he smiled, gentle and small, like a candle flame in a window. He took the stew with a nod, raised one finger to his lips, and whispered, Stay out of the woods at night, Isabel. The graveled rasp of his voice crawled along my spine because it was the same voice that had shouted run. I bolted back home and told Mom what I'd seen. She listened while wiping her hands on a dish towel, then lifted one brow and shook her head. Sweetheart, dreams can feel very real after a fright, she said. You were probably half asleep walking through those trees. I insisted, voice rising, that Mr. Martel's injuries were proof. She sighed, rested a hand on my shoulder, and spoke softly. If monsters were real, maybe him living across the street is the very reason there aren't any others nearby. 6 months later, winter rain drummed the rooftops. One cold Friday, the mail truck brought a notice. Mr. Martel had passed. Pancreatic cancer, the letter said. His only son inherited the house and moved in with a gentle young wife. They kept the flower garden alive through spring. The urn with the raven remained on its pedestal, and beside it appeared a second, this one etched with a full moon whose craters and shadows looked almost alive when dusk settled. My mother visited with a casserole and told me later the young couple planned to stay for good. Years spun forward like wind-blown leaves. College, marriage, a mortgage, the slow, comfortable rhythm of adulthood. My mother left this world the summer I turned 30, slipping away in her sleep. I found her old recipes in a tin box: apple cobbler, zucchini bread, and of course, the beef stew that had fed everyone on our block through illness and celebration alike. My husband, James, and I bought the house where I grew up. The forest path behind the shed had narrowed, half reclaimed by moss, yet I still recognized every bend. We had a daughter, Rose, whose laugh reminded me of birdsong drifting through open windows. One blustery November evening, Rose bounced into the kitchen, breath puffing in white clouds, cheeks pink from cold. She thrust an empty container onto the counter. Mr. Martel liked the stew a lot, Mom, she announced. But, I think he's a monster. James raised an eyebrow, halfway between amusement and confusion. I looked at my daughter, the shine of mischief in her eyes, yes, but also the ripple of genuine worry, the same worry that had once pulsed inside 15-year-old me. I knelt, brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, and spoke softly. Well, of course he is, sweetie. And do you see any other monsters around here? Rose blinked, thought about it, then shook her head. The tension melted from her shoulders. Guess not, she said, turning to feed our cat. When night settled and wind rattled the window panes, I stepped onto the porch with a mug of tea. Across the road, the garden lights glowed. 2 urns stood side by side under the moon, one with a raven, one with a silver disc. A tall silhouette moved among the flowers, placing stakes, tying empty stems. Wind carried the scent of earth and pine, hints of wildness older than our street, older than our town. Somewhere deep in the forest a single wolf howled, long and low, and the cry threaded through the stillness like a promise. I listened and felt no fear. The world, as my mother had always said, balances itself. Some creatures guard the borders so others may sleep in peace. And sometimes, in the hush between heartbeats, when crickets pause and leaves stand still, I imagine I can hear that gravely voice again. Stay out of the woods at night, Isabel. I smile, touch the wooden rail where frost glitters faintly, and whisper back into the dark. Thank you, Mr. Martel. I will. I have lived beside this stretch of Washington forest long enough to feel its seasons in my bones. In spring my joints loosen with the damp warmth, in summer my skin holds the resin scent of fir and pine, in autumn I hear elk bugles before I lift my head, and in winter I taste snow in the air hours before the first flake drifts across the clearing. A decade is a modest span to the cedar giants that ring my house, yet those years have stitched the land into my life so tightly that I can barely tell where I end and the forest begins. Most mornings I wake before dawn, slip on worn boots, and step onto the porch to breathe deep, letting the cool air settle whatever dreams clung to me through the night. The ordinary sounds greet me like neighbors, frogs murmuring in the cattails, jays squabbling over territory, squirrels rattling branches as they chase each other in spirals up the trunks. Usually those familiar voices comfort me. Usually they tell me all is well. Usually. One night a couple of years back shattered my trust in that comfort. I have spoken about it before, though I still struggle to find language that does justice to what I saw. A towering shape, half hidden by shadow yet huge enough to dwarf any human, with eyes that reflected my flashlight like twin coals. The memory lingers the way a splinter lodges under skin, a small point of pain you forget until something presses against it, and sudden sharpness reminds you it is still there. Since that encounter I keep a sidearm within reach when I hike alone. I lock my doors before dusk. I have learned that the silence of the woods can mean far more than calm. Late last spring, when the final frost retreated into the higher peaks and the soggy earth began to exhale steam under the mid-morning sun, the forest folded itself back into life. Ferns uncurled bright green fronds overnight. Salmonberry bushes flashed pink blossoms along the creek. Deer trails reappeared where snowdrifts had once smoothed the terrain. With this revival came my favorite forager's prize, morel mushrooms. Spongy, honeycombed, earthy treasures that pop up in burns, on the edges of old logging roads, and in patches so secret that foragers guard them the way prospectors once guarded gold veins. I learned to hunt morels the second year I lived here, taught by an elderly neighbor who moved away long ago. He showed me how to scan for the subtle pyramid curve rising through leaf litter, how to sniff for that nutty scent that lies halfway between roasted seed and wet woods, and how to slice each cap clean at the base so the mycelium remains undisturbed underground. The first time I sautéed a batch in butter and garlic I tasted the forest itself, loam and smoke and something sweet like wet bark in sunshine. Since then I have made a ritual of walking deeper each season, venturing farther than most recreational hikers, because my best spots lie where few will tread. On that particular morning the sky hung low, a hazy quilt of bright cloud that threatened rain but delivered only warm moisture that clung to my beard. I set out just after breakfast. My gear was simple, a canvas shoulder bag with a mesh bottom so spores could drift free as I walked, a hardwood walking stick I had carved from a storm-felled maple, a stainless steel blade for slicing stems, and strapped snug at my hip, the .357 revolver that had become standard whenever I entered the deeper forest alone. I rarely fired the weapon, it mostly eased my wife's worries, but after the winter's long nights and the memory of that terrible howl echoing through early snow, I had decided caution was sensible, not paranoid. The 2-mile trek to my favorite burn scar took me across my back property line, over a narrow footbridge above Mill Creek, and up a ridge where a lightning strike had torched a stand of fir 3 summers earlier. Charcoal trunks still rose like blackened pillars on the slope, but under their shelter countless morel caps now pushed through as though fire had called them forth. I had walked the route so often I could have traced it blindfolded, yet on that day I kept noticing fresh details. Elk droppings steaming where a bull had passed at dawn, new beaver gnaw marks on an alder by the stream, a drumming sapsucker somewhere high overhead. The forest felt busy in the best way. Everything alive seemed to announce itself, until it didn't. Roughly an hour into my hunt, the change arrived so softly I thought at first it was my imagination. I was kneeling to cut a clustered pair of morels, turning the knife so the blades glinted in the muted sunlight, when I realized the birdsong had thinned. Only a single robin called, far off, then even that fell silent. The absence pressed against my eardrums like water closing over ears when you dive. For a heartbeat I froze, listening for the familiar chatter that should have filled the air. Nothing. Not a cricket, not a wisp of breeze through the needles. Just the hush of a cathedral after the organ stops. With that hush came another sound, so faint at first that I thought it was my own breath echoing inside my head. A long draw of air in, measured, quiet, controlled, then an equally slow exhale. The pattern repeated. Inhale. Exhale. Each breath seemed to move around me, as though the forest itself were lungs and I was inside the chest cavity. I turned my head to pinpoint direction, but the acoustics of dense woods can trick you. The breathing felt everywhere and nowhere. A ripple passed across my scalp in place of thought. I rose carefully, boots sinking half an inch into damp soil, and scanned through the charred trunks. Visibility stretched maybe 40 yards before the skeletal pillars overlapped so thickly that darkness pooled between them. I saw no movement. No deer raised its head, no bear shuffled from behind a stump. Yet the breathing persisted, until I stopped listening and it stopped with me, as if the air itself had noticed my attention and held still. Only then did I spot the footprints. Odd that I hadn't seen them while kneeling. They crossed barely a yard from my foraging bag. Each impression was deep, deeper than my own weight would press, and each was broad, wider by inches than my size 11 boot. No boot tread patterned the interior. Instead, the soil showed flat and oval pads with shorter, wider toes than any print I knew. They pointed toward the path I had taken up the ridge. They were fresh enough that moisture still glistened in the compressed pine needles. A voice inside me, the sensible voice that helps a man navigate snowdrifts and broken vehicles in tax season, whispered, "Leave now." I pictured myself walking calmly down the ridge, rifle ready, and filing the prints away as unusual but not urgent. Yet another voice, older, more primal, perhaps the same voice that once told my ancestors to build fire and paint warnings on cave walls, felt the prickle under my skin and hissed danger. I tightened my grip on the walking stick and began to retreat, slow, deliberate steps, toe then heel so branches wouldn't snap. I sidestepped my own prints, aiming to follow them downhill because the route was clear. I could move faster if anything charged. 5 paces in, I heard the branch crack. A single pop, like thick finger bones breaking. My body flinched toward the sound before my mind formed the thought. To my right, somewhere beyond the fallen log, a shape slid between 2 half-burned trees. Dark, tall, upright. I saw only a sliver, yet that glimpse told me everything. This was no bear. The shoulders were too high, the torso too narrow, the silhouette too fluid. I tasted metal on my tongue, adrenaline forging itself into copper. My right hand hovered near the revolver but did not draw. Dad always told me never to aim unless I intended to kill, and I did not intend to start a gunfight with something I couldn't identify. The creature shifted again, moving behind a broader trunk. The movement was swift yet silent. Whatever it was had learned long ago how to glide over forest floor without crunching pine cones. A branch's weight had simply betrayed it once, the way a floorboard creaks even under a thief who has practiced stepping light. I counted 3 slow breaths, then forced my boots into backward motion once more. My pulse hammered loud enough that I worried it would betray my position. That clicking came next, a sequence of pops inside a throat, too articulate for any deer, too smooth for a cougar. A mammalian tongue formed each click. I could almost imagine lips shaping them, but no human vocal cords could settle on that pitch. The pattern felt exploratory, as though the thing were sounding out how near I might be to panic. I answered by lifting my walking stick and tapping it once against the trunk beside me. One sharp crack, deliberate. My hope, absurd perhaps, was that the noise would declare I was not prey, that I had tools, that I might fight back. The woods swallowed the echo and returned nothing. Then the shape disappeared altogether. One moment I sensed the outline behind bark, the next it melted into shadows, leaving only a quiver among ferns as if a gust had passed. I did not wait for a second demonstration. Turning my body sideways so I could half watch the thicket, I moved downhill, each step longer but still measured. I focused on my breathing, keeping it quiet, though my lungs strained for bigger gulps. 30 yards? 20. Finally I reached the game trail that looped toward my footbridge. The gurgle of Mill Creek rose faintly ahead and the familiar sound felt like a promise of safety. Behind me, the hush held. But that needle-sharp awareness of eyes prickling between my shoulder blades stayed until valley maples replaced charred firs and a robin erupted in song, as though life had resumed with me alone. Only when my boots touched the footbridge's wooden planks did I let myself exhale fully. I kept walking until my porch came into view, and even then I turned 3 times to check the path. The rifle by the back door felt suddenly too light against the weight in my gut. That evening I sat on the porch swing, revolver holstered but within reach, sipping coffee that tasted burnt because my hands shook over the stove. The forest dusk softened from emerald to slate. Frogs croaked, an owl hooted, and each sound should have soothed me, yet none did. My muscles remained strung tight because memory replayed the dark mass sliding behind scorched trunks, the oddly intentional click, the breath that seemed both animal and calculating. Around 10 I went inside, locked every window, drew the curtains, and stretched out on the couch with a wool blanket though the air was mild. Sleep came fitful. I drifted under, surfaced at the slightest creak, then spiraled under again. Sometime close to 3, a noise broke through dream fog, 3 hard knocks. Not the explosive crack of a falling limb, but measured blows spaced apart as if someone rapped knuckles against a giant door. I lay rigid. Silence followed, taut as wire. Then the knocks repeated, louder, closer. My house, built of thick cedar, shivered faintly as though the vibration had traveled through soil to the foundation. The skin on my arms lifted. I rolled off the couch, retrieved the pumped shotgun I keep clipped under the side table, and crept to the window. My fingers nudged the curtain aside half an inch. Pale moonlight silvered the clearing. Nothing moved. Yet where the meadow met the first row of firs, a darkness deeper than shadow bulged between trunks. My eyes strained. A small shift flickered, an arm or branch. The shape retreated an inch as though merging with bark. I let the curtain fall, heart stuttering against my ribs. I could not decide whether opening the door would invite calamity, or if I should announce I was armed. Instead I slid into the wooden rocker by the window, and watched the dark until my eyes blurred. Dawn's first gray washed across the sky and the tension in my spine eased enough for me to stand. Shotgun held low, barrel tilted toward the ground, I stepped onto the dewy porch. Nothing. Grass lay flat where deer had bedded earlier, but no fresh scat marked their stay. Only when I reached the tree line did I see them, prints identical to those near the burned scar. 30 feet separated each stride. The impressions began at a mossy patch, marched straight toward my house until the outer porch light would have illuminated the figure, then turned back the way they came. Whatever made them had stood there long enough for ground moisture to seep into each depression. Had it watched me through the window? Had it listened for human patterns, furnace cycling on, refrigerator clicking over, a man's breathing behind glass? My stomach knotted so tight I felt queasy. I followed the prints for perhaps 10 yards before the trail vanished among leaf litter. As I stood inhaling that heavy musky scent, wet fur layered atop rotting vegetation, I realized the forest had offered me another silence, a morning hush that felt like withheld judgment. Without thinking, I whispered, "What do you want?" My voice came out rough, small. Nothing answered. Days bled into weeks. Sunshine returned, then early summer rains, and still I avoided the deeper woods. A man can go stir-crazy confined to his own clearing, but I found chores to occupy me, resealing the deck, sharpening mower blades, oiling the hinge on the old smokehouse door. Some nights I heard distant knocks, 1, 2, 3, farther off than that first visit yet close enough to feel intentional. Once, after midnight, a howl carried across the valley. It began like wind through a canyon but rose into syllables almost spoken, as if language stretched sideways into song. Before I could process what I'd heard, a second call answered from beyond the south ridge. My hands shook so badly I spilled coffee across the countertop. Eventually the noises dwindled. Frogs dominated the night again, insects thrummed, and I convinced myself the watchers had lost interest. Perhaps they roamed wide territories and I was merely one waypoint. Months passed without incident. My routine edged back toward normal, though I still skipped the late evening walks. My wife teased that I spent so much time circling the barn I might wear a moat around it. Then, on a crisp August dawn, I opened the front door and nearly stepped on a single morel mushroom resting on the welcome mat. Perfectly fresh, cap intact, stem trimmed clean as if by blade. No other fungi grew in the yard. The season for morels had ended weeks earlier. I knelt, examined the find, half expecting to smell that musky fur odor, yet the mushroom carried only its familiar nutty scent. I straightened slowly, gaze shifting to the tree line. Nothing moved except a flicker of shadow where a squirrel darted along a branch. Was the offering meant as gesture of curiosity? A warning against picking? Proof it knew my habits, my tastes? I left the morel where it lay, walked back inside, and sat at the kitchen table until my wife asked why I looked so pale. That day I considered many possibilities. Bright creatures leaving gifts appear in myths across cultures. Some demand tribute, some mean peace, some lure the gullible. I am not superstitious, yet explanation eluded me. By dusk I returned to the porch and found the mushroom gone. Whether breeze or bird or unseen hand removed it, I cannot say. Under the porch light I noticed new impressions in the soil, not as deep as before, but fresh. I have not forbidden myself from the forest. To cut ties completely would be to surrender part of my life's fabric. But I choose my timing carefully now, venturing only by wide daylight, announcing my presence with periodic whistles rather than stalking silently like I once did. When I collect firewood I hum old country songs, tunes Dad used to play on long drives, hoping the sound tells watchers I am merely passing through. Evenings find me on the porch again, mug in hand, eyes tracing treetops where last light lingers. Often the forest settles into ordinary rustles and I breathe easy. Yet sometimes, without wind or predator in sight, the woods fall abruptly mute. Crickets halt mid-chirp, a jay's scream ends mid-note, and the hush thickens like fog. In those moments I remember the rhythm of unseen breathing, the clicking voice, the prints that march to my door, and I sense the trees themselves are listening. I finish my coffee, step inside, lock the door, and let the night close behind me. People in town still ask why I bother living out here alone. They imagine the solitude must ache like an empty room. I tell them the same answer every time: peace is worth defending. Yet peace is not silence, peace is balance, as my mother might have said. Something powerful walks those ridges, something that understood my mushroom hunt, that chose to follow rather than attack, that left tracks instead of dead wood. Does it view me as trespasser, curiosity, or neighbor? I cannot know. But I feel its presence as surely as I feel the weight of cedars pressing their roots deep into the soil beneath my feet. When the rains return next spring, the morels will rise again in the burned scar. I will shoulder my canvas bag and decide whether to enter that patch or leave it fallow. My appetite argues one way, my caution another. Whichever I choose, I will walk with head high, eyes open, and an uneasy respect for the things that breathe beneath the branches, unseen and patient, shaping the forest along paths older than my memory and deeper than any footprint I will ever leave. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I grew up at the southern end of the Appalachian Mountains, where hardwood ridges keep secrets older than any town nearby. My whole life I've been out in those woods, before school, after dinner, on weekends, watching animals and memorizing their tracks, calls, and habits the way other kids memorize sports stats. It's a quiet obsession that follows me everywhere. Over time I'd learned to tell the difference between a bobcat's scream cutting the night air and the higher-pitched cry of a vixen, between an owl's startled hiss and a raccoon's quarrel. Because of that I never leap to monster explanations when something strange happens. If an odd shape slips through the laurel, or an eerie yelp echoes across a hollow, my first instinct is to look up every possible natural cause before I even think about the word cryptid. What happened last autumn, though, still has me searching for an answer that fits no animal I've ever studied, on paper or in person. It was late October, the season when the hills turn red and gold before the leaves tumble down in storms. One Saturday the sky cleared into a blue that almost hurt to stare at, so my dad asked if I wanted to help him walk one of the shorter lakeside trails near the house. The lake sits in a deep fold of the mountains, and a narrow dirt path skirts the water before slipping inland to trace a small river that feeds it. I'd been there dozens of times, caught lizards on its banks as a kid, photographed heron tracks and muddy patches, even fished for trout one spring afternoon when the dogwoods bloomed. The trail itself is usually empty except for the occasional hiker on busy weekends, but that day no cars waited at the trailhead pull-off. Dad and I had the place to ourselves. We stepped onto the main path late in the morning, wind cold enough to carry the first sharp hint of winter. Sunlight flicked through half-bare branches and sparkled off the water. Oaks and maples still held pockets of color, but most leaves already carpeted the forest floor in ankle-deep drifts that muffled our footfalls. About half an hour in, the main trail curved away from the river. A short spur, barely a deer track stitched with roots, split right and dropped through rhododendron toward the water's edge. I told Dad I wanted to peek at the plants along that little cutoff. He shrugged, adjusted the strap on his day pack, and said he'd keep following the main route until it rejoined the spur farther ahead. I cut down the slope alone, crunching through dry leaves, letting the steady hush of the river pull me forward. 10 yards from the bank, I knelt to examine a fern still vivid green despite the season. While crouched there, I caught movement in the corner of my eye, leaves shifting in heavy underbrush just behind me, no more than 5 or 6 yards back toward deeper woods. Before I could turn, a sound erupted from that exact spot. I've replayed it in my mind hundreds of times, and no description feels adequate. It started as a throaty gargle, rolled upward into a howl, then split into a ragged, almost human-sounding scream layered with a deep growl beneath. Imagine pouring gravel into a steel drum while blowing across the top of a bottle and slamming a cello string at the same time. Terrible, guttural, loud. Every hair on my arms prickled. My pulse spiked so fast I felt dizzy. Instinct screamed predator. Black bears sometimes bluff, charge, and huff, but bears issue chuffs, pops, or snorts, not whatever hellish chord I just heard. I pivoted, trying to spot the source through tangles of mountain laurel. All I saw were dark limbs and vines, leaves quivering where something had just moved. Then, unmistakably, I heard footsteps crunch through dry litter, heavy, deliberate, pressing deeper into the scrub. I exhaled a shaky breath, forced myself upright, and worked back up the cutoff toward the main trail where Dad should be waiting. My boots carried me fast, but my ears kept tracking the steps behind me, slow now, almost matching my pace as though the unseen thing was shadowing me from inside the trees. When I reached the junction where the spur met the wider path, my blood turned cold. Lying square across that faint cutoff, in a place that had been empty minutes earlier, sprawled a deer, a young doe, motionless except for the steam drifting from the gash across her throat. The cut wasn't the slice of a hunter's knife or the tearing of coyotes. It looked shredded, as if claws, or talons, had raked straight through muscle and windpipe in one decisive swipe. Blood still oozed thick and bright onto dead leaves. Even stranger, a perfect square of hide on the deer's belly had been ripped away, hairless down to bare flesh. Not chewed, not ragged, just peeled off like someone had used a straight edge. Adrenaline roared in my ears. I glanced back toward the undergrowth. Trees, entire saplings as thick as my leg, were rocking side to side, not just swaying at their tops but shifting at their bases. Something big moved back there, stronger than any black bear I'd ever seen. No forest breeze makes trunks swing like that. I yelled for Dad. He jogged back around the bend, eyes widening at the sight. One look at my face, and without a word he grabbed my arm and hurried us up trail toward the car. We didn't stop. We didn't talk. I kept my pocket knife clutched in sweaty fingers, though I knew it would do nothing against whatever had split that deer like kindling. Half a mile later the trail had appeared between trees like a welcome window of daylight. We piled into the pickup, slammed doors, and only when gravel dust rose behind us did Dad finally break the silence. He asked whether I'd seen anything, an actual animal, a person, anything. I shook my head. All I had were that impossible howl and the feel of unseen eyes tracking me through the laurel. When we reached town limits, Dad pulled over at a gas station. Under the canopy lights we checked each other's stories, making sure fear hadn't invented details. We matched on every point: unnatural noise, swaying trees, mutilated deer still warm. He confessed he noticed the forest quiet down right before I screamed. No birds, no squirrels chattering, nothing. I remembered that dead hush too. We called the county wildlife officer from the parking lot. He sounded patient but skeptical. Probably a poacher, maybe a bear wounded during muzzleloader season. We could file a report if we wanted. Dad thanked him, hung up, and drove home without comment. I could tell he didn't buy the wounded bear theory any more than I did, but neither of us had language for what we felt back on that trail. That night I lay awake, replaying the moment the deer appeared on the path. I kept seeing the square patch of missing hair on its abdomen. When dawn finally showed, dread hadn't eased. I pulled up satellite view on my laptop, tracing our route to pinpoint exact coordinates. While scanning nearby markers, I saw a note someone had left on a hiking forum 6 years earlier. Possible Bigfoot sighting, strange vocals, about 5 miles southeast of the lake. Another entry 2 summers after that mentioned finding torn clothes in the same region, belt and shirt shredded but no sign of the owner. Goosebumps crawled up my arms. In my daypack at home sat a frayed leather belt I'd found 10 feet off the trail that afternoon, something I'd pocketed absent-mindedly, intending to toss once we reached the truck. I dug it out and laid it on the desk. It was weather-beaten, snap fastener rusted, but not yet brittle from seasons of rot. Whoever lost it couldn't have done so long ago. I haven't returned to that lakeside trail. Dad hasn't either, though we still hike other routes closer to town. When I hear unexplained screams echo through hollers, something that occasionally happens here, I now listen differently. I analyze pitch, cadence, direction, and I remember the wet sound of leaves under unseen feet, the perfect square shaved from a deer's belly, the way whole trunks swayed like grass as something massive threaded through the understory. Could it have been a bear wounded in exactly the wrong way? A hunter using a predator call to prank hikers? Maybe. My rational side still cycles through possibilities whenever the memory surges. Yet every time I reach for a neat answer, I'm dragged back to that impossible mixture of gargle, growl, and human-like scream, a sound that felt older than the forest itself, a sound that somehow conveyed one clear message without words: leave. I took the message. I'm still taking it. I keep the belt on a shelf in my study as a reminder that nature doesn't owe us explanations, and sometimes the hills hold things best left undisturbed. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. October sits on the shoulders of the Appalachian foothills like an old quilt, dull brown stitched to ragged gold, the last warm days patched beside long, cold shadows. I had hiked those woods my entire life, but that weekend I drove farther than usual, following gravel roads until they dissolved into broken 2-tracks. The map on my passenger seat showed a faint dashed line, once a logging road, forgotten now by everyone except deer, coyotes, and the rare hunter who bragged about secret spots but never bothered climbing this high. That remoteness was the invitation. I wanted one uninterrupted night with no highway hum, no camp neighbors playing tinny music from phone speakers, no glow on the horizon hinting at towns too stubborn to dim street lamps. By noon on Saturday I had parked beneath red spruce that crowded out the sky. The air smelled of frost-kissed leaves and the faint iron scent that seeps from damp, moss-covered stones. My pack rode heavy on my hips as I walked. Squirrels scolded from branches, and once a pileated woodpecker hammered a dead trunk like someone splitting firewood with a mallet. That was the last honest noise nature gave me. 2 hours up the grade I noticed the silence first as a lack. The way you suddenly realize the refrigerator stopped humming. Wind died, birds vanished, even the brittle jitter of dry oak leaves seemed to pause. I set my pack down in a small clearing that unfurled between poplars like a stage, and though evening was still a few hours off, I decided to make camp. The ground lay smooth enough for my one-man tent, the duff a thick cushion of rotting needles. Nothing about the clearing felt wrong exactly, only unfinished, as if the forest waited for someone else who never arrived. I struck a spark into my little twig stove, fed it pencil-thick sticks, then bigger ones until I had a sober-sized cooking fire. The flames snapped politely, and my water boiled in minutes. I ate freeze-dried noodles, sipped coffee that tasted like burnt bark, and watched the sun lower behind ridges, draining color from the clearing until trees became silhouettes. When dusk gathered completely, I heard the footsteps. They began faint, crunching up the dead leaves on the old road I had just walked. The sound was heavy, deliberate heel-to-toe presses separated by steady pauses. A deer hops, a bear shuffles, a coyote pads light as smoke. This was none of those. My first thought was hiker, then hunter, but I had seen no tire tracks on the rutted 2-track, no other vehicles parked near mine. My skin tightened around my spine. I flicked my headlamp on and aimed its weak beam toward the half-obscured road. Nothing. Evening, I called, forcing my voice calm. Silence answered, then footsteps stopped. Something watched, measuring. I inhaled through my nose, exhaled slow, set the empty coffee cup down. Brisk air stung my throat. I told myself wind can carry sound strangely in gullies. Someone might be half a ridge over, not close at all. Still I felt examined the way a rabbit must feel when an owl hovers overhead. Minutes stretched. I heard no retreat, no advance. Eventually I zipped my fleece up to my chin, raked hot coals aside, and burrowed in my tent. Nylon walls thin as paper separated me from the hush outside. I lay still, listening. A barred owl should have questioned the night from some dark limb. Crickets should have played their last cold songs. Instead I heard only the dull thud of my pulse. Sometime after midnight I snapped awake. No dream lingered, just awareness, as unmistakable as a hand on my shoulder, that something stood beyond the tent wall. I held my breath. Silence pressed the fabric taut around me. Then came the footsteps again. Crunch, pause, crunch. They circled, slow, deliberate, testing soft patches then leaves, until they stopped less than a yard from my head. I fumbled for my flashlight, thumb stiff with fear. The moment the beam punched the tent's side, I saw it, a shadow about 7 feet tall, perfectly still, outlined where my lamp backlit the fabric. Shoulders too broad, arms too long, legs thin the way saplings look thin until you know how strong they are. The head rose into a slight peak, no hat brim, no hair curls, just a taper like a coyote's skull stretched vertical. Breath rasped shallow in my lungs. I wanted to shout, to demand who was there. The words stuck. The figure didn't speak, didn't shift. It possessed silence as if silence belonged to it. Seconds or hours passed. My hand cramped around the flashlight. Then the shadow drifted sideways, not turning, merely sliding. Footfalls resumed, retreating into darkness. I heard them cross the old logging road, shuffle through leaf litter, fade until nothing remained but the absence of every ordinary night sound. I never slept again. Dawn seeped gray through the fly, painting the clearing in washed-out color. I stepped outside on wobbling knees. Frost glazed my fire ring. Dew jeweled every brown fern. No tracks showed on the duff, no boot prints, no hoof indents, no claw scrapes. But near the trail a small pile of stones sat stacked 4 high, smooth creek stones not found anywhere on that ridge, balanced with deliberate care. They hadn't been there at sunset. Wind doesn't pile rocks. Deer don't craft cairns. I packed in minutes, shoulders flinching at every twig snap my boots made. The long walk down felt shorter, as if the mountain wanted me gone. When I reached the car, pine needles dusted the windshield as though fallen overnight. But there were 3 long streaks across the hood, bare of needles, perfectly parallel, each about 2 feet long, as if brushed by giant fingers. Back in cell range, I searched for local legends. Old posts spoke of tall watchers, silent ones, guardians who bring the hush. Some called them wood devils, some ridge walkers, some the blacked out. Hunters wrote about deer gutted yet untouched for meat, or piles of creek stones marking places outsiders were not meant to camp. I cannot say what visited my tent or why it let me leave. I only know true silence exists, thick enough to smother wind and birds and brave thoughts. It lives in the highest folds of those mountains, carried by something that stands just beyond any campfire's glow, listening to strangers breathe. And if you ever find yourself on an old forgotten logging road in late October, watch the shadows between trees. If they start to shape themselves into something too tall, too thin, pack your gear and follow the sunlight back down, before the forest decides to make the silence permanent. I never planned to spend my 20s running a register and zoning owls beneath Walmart's fluorescent glow, yet there I was, clocking in 5 days a week in a small Midwestern town that seemed stuck on repeat. At first I treated retail like a temporary station, just another stop between graduating high school and discovering what I actually wanted, yet months blurred into years, and my blue vest grew soft along the edges. I kept telling myself the job paid one important bill, the household water bill my mother assigned to me so I'd shoulder at least a slice of adult responsibility. Most shifts were predictable. I greeted shoppers, answered questions about price matches, listened to children argue for candy, and smiled through every monotone chorus of, "Thanks for shopping at Walmart." I learned to stack end caps so tidy you could locate the seam of each cereal box. I could yank a stuck cart from the corral without pinching my fingers. In the lull of night shifts, I memorized the squeaks of every floor buffer and the scent each department carried: garden mulch, tire rubber, fabric dye. Despite the repetitive tasks, retail life did not always feel soul-crushing. Coworkers became inside joke buddies, managers sometimes covered shifts when I needed a mental health day, and regular customers offered small doses of humanity that reminded me people can be kind even when they're irritated in a checkout line. I tell myself that balance, annoyances woven with gestures of decency, was enough to keep me showing up on time. Then Backpack Guy wandered into my life, and every routine I'd mastered twisted into a knot of unease I still haven't fully unwound. The first time I met him, I was stationed on the front end between customer service and the seasonal section. My grandfather had just been rushed to the hospital for another heart scare, an ongoing saga I tried to compartmentalize so my smile wouldn't fail customers. Backpack Guy pulled my attention because he didn't stroll like anyone else. He drifted, almost afloat, as if each step relied on a slow-motion confidence no retail crowd could jostle. Towering above my 5'2" frame by at least 8 inches, he carried an oversized backpack tricked out with flashing LED strips that cycled neon green to fuchsia. Somewhere inside, a portable speaker rumbled bass lines no one else could hear. Silver-flecked hair hung in curtains that framed a gaunt face etched with constant surprise. When he finally stopped at my lane that first day, he didn't unload groceries. He leaned on his walker, blinked as though taking mental snapshots of my face, and cheerfully asked how my day was going. I was trained to chat and keep interactions light. I told him it was going fine except I'd been distracted worrying about a hospitalized relative. My tone was polite, my details vague. His speech pattern zigzagged. Quick topic flips, repeated questions, abrupt stammers. But my town saw plenty of folks grappling with developmental challenges or mental health differences. If this man needed a sympathetic ear, I could spare 5 minutes. He asked if I liked working there, then gave me a thumbs up for keeping shelves tidy. A pleasant, if slightly odd, interchange. He left. Over the next few weeks, he returned again and again. His backpack always blinked in new colors, sometimes pulsing like miniature rave lights. Other shoppers side-eyed him, but he never seemed fazed by the attention. Whenever he spotted me, he'd make a beeline across tile, pushing his walker that rattled under the weight of stuffed plastic bags, water bottles wedged in pouches, screwdrivers zip-tied to the side straps, and a hammer dangling from the front loop. He'd park at my register or hover near whatever department I'd been assigned, ready to talk about weather, sales, or whatever headline he'd misheard on the radio. He grew bold with personal questions. He asked if I still worried about my grandfather. I mumbled yes, keeping conversation surface level. He asked which hospital, and I felt my smile stiffen. Sharing that sort of detail with a stranger felt wrong. I shrugged, told him I wasn't sure, an immediate lie, but necessary. He nodded thoughtfully, then offered to drive me to see my grandfather in his car. I didn't bother clarifying how a man reliant on a walker could manage a car or why he believed I would accept a ride from someone I barely knew. I thanked him, declined, and slipped behind a line of customers who needed price overrides. His visits intensified. If I zoned the back-to-school aisles, he'd emerge between spiral notebooks. If I replenished paint sets and crafts, he'd wheel up quietly, commentary ready. One afternoon, I knelt in art supplies, reorganizing kids-safe paintball packs. A yellow bag had leaked across a lower shelf, coating everything in sticky sludge that smelled like sour eggs. Disgust twisted my stomach as I radioed maintenance. Backpack Guy arrived like an uninvited ally, declaring he'd help me wipe the mess. I told him a janitor was on the way, but he ignored my refusals, unwrapped one of several bandanas tied to his wrist, and swiped the goo off my hands. The cloth looked filthy, dampened from who knows what liquids. I recoiled, muttering awkward thanks through clenched teeth. then rushed to the employee restroom where I scoured my palms under scalding water. That incident sparked a shift. I began paying sharper attention whenever he wandered into view. Coworkers noticed my tense shoulders and asked why. I explained the odd paintball cleanup, the persistent offers to drive me across town, the surgical nature of his questions that drilled into private topics I'd never volunteered. Some colleagues shrugged, just a harmless eccentric. Others traded stories of their own off-putting moments with him. Bridget from electronics recalled him printing glossy photos on the kiosk printer. Images of topless women he'd bragged were girlfriends. Hannah from fabrics admitted he'd once cornered her between bolts of fleece, brandishing the same nudes. He insisted the women waited at his home, though no one knew where he lived. Mike from Sporting Goods remembered Backpack Guy warning him not to trust anyone who parked a black truck out back because those people were drug cartels, hunting him for his prescription pills. Security footage even showed him dabbling at the photolab computers, scrolling questionable websites while supervisors were distracted. These testimonies painted a fuller picture. Backpack Guy might have been mentally ill, or medicated, or maybe off his medication. His unpredictability worried me. Yet retail culture urges constant politeness: smile, nod, serve, repeat. I tried establishing polite barriers, minimal small talk, quick exit excuses. But one October evening, he pressed past every boundary I'd set. Halloween stock had landed, and I'd been reassigned from hardware to help Courtney merchandise spooky housewares, fog machines, skeleton garlands, orange and black tablecloths. That temporary manager, Liz, visited my aisle to outline priorities. While we strategized, Backpack Guy hovered at the cross aisle. He pretended to browse candy but kept glancing at us with narrowed eyes, his backpack LEDs flicking red to blue. He drifted away when Liz turned. Minutes later, I zipped to stationery to restock tape dispensers and index cards. He surfaced again, planting himself at one end of the lane, lips moving in silent chatter with himself. I ducked into the adjacent Halloween aisle where Kat was sticking clearance stickers on discount costumes. Whispering, I asked if she noticed Backpack Guy pacing. Kat confirmed she had, lower lip pinched with concern. She explained rumors that he'd been booted out recently for bothering shoppers after dark but crept back in because management rarely enforced bans unless police were called. Hearing all that, my nerves felt spliced to an exposed wire. I returned to my aisle alone and forced my focus on resetting a display. Clipboard in hand, I crouched to straighten notebooks when I sensed someone behind me. I stood slowly. Backpack Guy had closed the distance, blocking my exit. "How are you?" he asked, voice soft but edging on urgent. I mumbled fine, stepping sideways to regain personal space, stacking index cards to look busy. He mirrored my move, unblinking. "Have coworkers been talking about me?" My brain flicked warnings like fluorescent tubes about to blow. I shook my head a quick no, eyes avoiding direct contact, hoping he'd lose interest. "People gossip. They don't know me." His fingers tapped the walker handle. He smelled like sweat fermented in rain-soaked canvas, sour and overpowering. He leaned closer. "Let me give you a hug." "No!" The word erupted before I chose it. He reached anyway. I lurched back. His outstretched arms grazed my neck, heat and grime brushing my skin. A shudder rippled through me. He chuckled, stepping back as though I'd overreacted. "Just a hug." Adrenaline surged, but training anchored me. De-escalate, depart, report. I twisted away, heart slamming high in my chest, found the end of the aisle, and hurried toward the supervisor station. Carla, the shift supervisor, logged freight arrivals on a handheld. I blurted a fractured version, unwanted touch, personal questions, repeated stalking. She guided me to a corner near the service desk where cameras angled overhead, safe from stray customers. She radioed the front-end manager, Ramon, who arrived briskly, notepad in hand. Ramon listened, face blank with concentration. I repeated every detail I could recall. His approach pattern, his previous attempts to extract family information, the paintball cleanup, the rumors about nude photos. Ramon thanked me, summoned Jenna from jewelry. another employee who'd reported seeing illicit images on his phone. She corroborated my story. Ramon scribbled statements, then paged asset protection. The AP associate, Derek, scanned camera feeds and verified Backpack Guy's lingering path around my aisles. They noted him wearing 2 metal tools openly, items customers might view as weapons. Derek phoned the on-shift store manager and recommended a trespass order. The manager hesitated. Our Walmart rarely banned shoppers unless physical harm occurred. Yet Derek insisted repeated harassment counts. They agreed to talk to him politely, warn him any further contact would lead to police removal. Management's support comforted me, but adrenaline still thrummed until midnight breakroom coffee turned lukewarm. Backpack Guy left the store after employees escorted him to the exit. He didn't return the rest of my shift. But fear lingered like the odor he left behind, saturating subsequent nights. I scanned every entrance each time motion doors whooshed. Days passed without incident. Eventually, he appeared only sporadically, strolling through doors but avoiding aisles where I worked. Maybe he'd received the message. Maybe medication levels shifted, dialing down compulsion. My shoulders loosened, though caution never fully receded. Months later, I discovered more unsettling details. State law indicates any unwanted physical contact, even a harmless hug, meets criteria for misdemeanor assault. Displaying nude images to employees also qualifies as sexual harassment. My managers encouraged official reporting if Backpack Guy reoffended. They implemented a buddy system for zoning at night, no associate alone in remote corners. They printed his photo for the service desk binder labeling banned individuals. Still, enforcement wavered on busy weekends. I overheard new cashiers chatting with him like he was any charismatic customer, unaware of the filed incident. I quietly passed notes to supervisors each time to reinforce boundaries. People often ask why we didn't just call the police the second things turned odd. Retail reality complicates that simplicity. Managers weigh liability, fear lawsuits for discrimination against disabled shoppers, and worry about escalating a situation they believe they can manage internally. Associates lean on politeness training, industry conditions smile, until lines blur. But after my experience, I learned to define lines for myself. Unwanted touch equals immediate report. Questions about personal life? Politely shut down. Presence of suspicious tools? Notify security. I also altered personal habits outside work. I parked beneath security lights and left with coworkers whenever possible. I carried my keys like brass knuckles and kept my phone unlocked with 911 half dialed until I was seated and doors were locked. Anxiety clung to me like static. Yet over time, vigilance evolved from burning fear to quiet caution, an emotional callus that rubs but no longer bleeds. I never learned Backpack Guy's real name or background. Rumors said he couch-surfed among relatives, sometimes slept outside a church. Others whispered he sold prescription meds for cash and spent earnings on LED gadgets. Some guessed schizophrenia. Managers claimed he'd once spoken about Reaper drones that followed him, calling them demons guarding him from drug dealers in black trucks. I never verified any of that. All I can report with certainty is how he blurred my safe professional distance, how his arms reached for me when I said no, how a simple hug became a revelation that personal boundaries can disintegrate if we don't defend them. More than once I replayed the scenario in my head. What if Carla hadn't been nearby? What if Ramon ignored my claim? What if Backpack Guy's next boundary push involved a screwdriver on his strap rather than a bandana? Those thoughts sharpened my refusal to accept harmless as default when red flags wave. Retail teaches patience, but it must also teach self-protection. Since that autumn, I've coached new hires: be kind, but guard personal information. Trust your gut when something feels wrong. Document interactions that cross lines. Management might waver, but a paper trail shouts louder than memory if an emergency unfolds. For now, I still clock in. Fluorescent lights still hum overhead. Beer stalkers still joke about missing pallets. Shift leads still toss me onto whichever department needs hands. Backpack Guy still wanders in every so often with his glowing backpack, but he lingers on the opposite side of the store, scanning shelves for discount soda before disappearing through automatic doors. He hasn't tried hugging anyone since management's warning, at least not that anyone's reported. Yet I know better than to relax entirely. Trauma doesn't vanish with time. It embeds, teaching vigilance. On rare nights when business slows and owls fall quiet, I catch a whiff of stale sweat and dried paint, and wonder if he's somewhere nearby. My fingers tense around whatever I'm zoning, a stapler, a bottle of glue, a spool of Halloween ribbon. I breathe, slow and steady, remind myself of new policies, recalled boundaries, allies on radios. I remind myself one jarring encounter does not cancel the kindness customers and coworkers give daily. Still, I rehearse my escape routes. I memorize the nearest camera angles. I practice the polite yet firm, "Please step back," that management now endorses. And I keep my phone in my apron, a private lifeline if the past ever repeats itself. Retail may not be where I want to stay forever, but until I move on, I'll treasure the support system that grew out of fear, the teammates who believed me, and the confidence I forged the night a hug turned into a lesson on listening to my own alarm bells. Each shift I punch in, backpack slung over my own shoulders, I choose to carry vigilance not as a weight but as a tool, lighter than regret, stronger than denial, and I keep moving, aisle by aisle, toward whatever future waits outside Walmart's automatic doors. I grew up in one of those ragged edges of Alabama where everything feels spread thin, houses, people, even time. Our little town sits in the foothills, tucked between patches of stubborn pines and parcels of scraggly farmland that never quite shake the red dust from their roots. Someone from a city might call it quiet or peaceful, but most of us just call it plain. One gas station, one grocery store, a pair of traffic lights that everyone treats as suggestions after 10 at night, and a whole lot of winding backroads where the glow of a porch bulb can look like a lighthouse if you drive far enough into the dark. My family's house rests on the edge of a neighborhood that tries hard to look like a normal subdivision. Mailbox clusters, gravel shoulders, asphalt cracked from summer heat. But the farther you walk, the quicker those front lawns surrender to trees. The actual shape of the neighborhood is a crooked U. One long stretch of road curls in, loops behind a stand of hardwoods, and spits you back out roughly where you started. From the first mailbox to the farthest cul-de-sac, it measures maybe 5 miles, but everything feels wider because each property sits on an oversized lot. Our driveway alone, if you trace its slow bend from the road to our carport, adds a quarter mile to any stroll. On humid nights, the crickets from one end can sound like strangers from another zip code. 2 summers ago, I was 17 and teetering on that invisible line between childhood and whatever comes next. Life at home felt half sheltered, half suffocating. Mom clocked early shifts at the hospital, Dad managed a supply warehouse an hour away, and my little brother Jordan, 14 at the time, spent his afternoons turning every school assignment into an excuse to draw comic book panels. I had my driver's permit but not the family car, so most of my freedom hinged on walks, headphones, and whatever broadband connection we could coax from the woods. That July, Pokémon Go exploded across every screen I owned. I downloaded it the day it launched, partly for nostalgia, partly because my friends couldn't stop texting about luring Pikachu behind the county library. Jordan and I had grown up hunched over matching Game Boy Color screens, shouting attacks at each other through bedroom walls, so the idea of catching virtual creatures in real streets flooded us with old dreams. The game shoved digital magic onto the ordinary, a Pidgey perched beside the couch, an Eevee skittering across the mulch by the front door. Even when nothing new spawned, wandering around clutching our phones felt like permission to treat the same dusty roads as unexplored terrain. Most evenings that month we'd camp on the front steps, windows open behind us, the fan inside humming dusty air toward the kitchen, and we'd pass my phone back and forth while fireflies blinked above the ginger lilies. Mom liked that we were getting fresh air even if we measured it in gigabytes. She'd laugh when we reenacted dramatic poke ball throws and pretended to collapse from near misses. Dad barely looked up from his paperwork but grunted approval whenever we declared another level gain. One Friday night in late July, The heat stuck around after sundown the way it does only in the deep south. Thick, almost syrupy, the kind of warmth that slicks your forehead before you even step outside. Jordan barged into my room around 11, his face glowing with the blue wash of his phone screen. "They added more stops," he said. "Look, 2 new gyms popped up at the old trailhead and the church on Ridgeview." I double-checked the app. Sure enough, somewhere beyond our driveway the map flashed fresh icons. The church sat only half a mile away if you cut through the empty lots. I felt a spark of childhood rebellion fizzle inside my chest. We never went out that late. In truth, we almost never left the property after dark except for school functions or late returns from Walmart. Part of that was Mom's worry. Hospital shifts fed her a steady diet of tragedies, so her anything could happen radar pinged louder than most parents. Part of it was our own inertia. Why walk aimlessly in the dark when Netflix queued up entire seasons for free? But that night boredom gnawed at us. We'd been refreshing the same spawn circle for hours, hoping for at least a grow live, and the lure modules didn't seem to pull anything stronger than a Weedle. I looked at Jordan's expectant grin, weighed the risk of scolding against the promise of an actual adventure, and said, "Let's do 1 lap, just around the loop, then straight back." He fist-pumped. "Grab a flashlight," he whispered, as if our walls had ears. But Mom was working a double shift at the ER and wouldn't be home until dawn, and Dad snored loud enough to rattle picture frames whenever his CPAP slipped. Still, sneaking out felt illicit, like forging our own permission slip. We laced sneakers, pocketed a half-charged power bank, and killed the porch light to keep the bugs down. Stars pricked the sky between patches of ragged clouds. The moon, round and swollen, hovered just above the tree line, spilling silver across the driveway gravel. When I clicked off the outside lamp, night flooded around us, thick but not terrifying. We'd grown up camping in the backyard, telling ghost stories to each other until dew soaked our sleeping bags. The woods felt familiar. Our driveway crunches underfoot like coarse cereal. It winds past 2 towering sweet gums, skirts a patch of wild privet, and finally kisses the blacktop with a gentle curve. As soon as our shoes hit asphalt, Jordan's phone vibrated. 2 Zubat fluttered on the screen. He captured them mid-stride, giddy even though we already owned dozens. We headed right deeper into the U. Houses along our street are invisible from one another at night, tucked behind pines or hidden by azalea hedges. Only the occasional porch light flickered. Most residents turned in early to rise with livestock or catch dawn shifts. We walked side by side, phones angled upward, the soft glow revealing each other's outline but little else. We exchanged summaries of summer classes, speculations about senior year, jokes about which Pokemon Dad would be if real life offered evolutions. About 2 miles in, we reached the loop's far end where the road pinches through thickets of loblolly pines. There, property lines blur and the canopy swallows what little glow any street lamp might send. We'd always thought of that section as the backwoods, even though it was just one more stretch of pavement bordered by hunting leases and neglected garden plots. Out there the only hum came from cicadas and the occasional high whine of a mosquito near your ear. Jordan spotted a Clefairy silhouette on the radar. We spent 15 minutes tracing its phantom steps, wandering through tall weeds near a half-collapsed shed, before giving up with grass stains on our shins. The chase drained what remained of our novelty buzz. I checked the time, 2:43 a.m. The backside of the neighborhood felt further from home than I remembered. "We should head back," I suggested. Jordan nodded without protest, thumb swiping idle circles around an empty poke radar. Our phone batteries blinked yellow warnings as we started down the return leg. I tucked mine in my pocket to preserve percentage and let the hush guide me. With the canopy overhead, the moon's light spoiled into slivers. We'd walked this road plenty during daylight, but at night everything felt dreamlike, as if we'd stepped into a black and white photo where only our sneakers made sound. We were maybe half a mile from the first houses, still confident, still joking softly about which legendary Pokemon might spawn near the church, when headlights skimmed the curve behind us. The beam cut trees, painting fat trunks blue-white, and cast our stretched shadows across the asphalt. We moved to the shoulder instinctively. Cars at 3 a.m. weren't exactly rare. Shift workers, early fishermen, maybe someone driving home from a bar. In our neighborhood, though, traffic after midnight usually meant you recognized the make and model. This one looked older, maybe a late 90s muscle car, rumble low and throaty, headlights slightly uneven like one sat lower than the other. The car slowed as it approached. My first thought was that the driver wanted directions. People sometimes used our loop as a cut-through and wound up lost in the tree tunnels. I half turned to wave, but the driver kept the beam trained behind us rather than pulling even. Maybe they were just being cautious. 2 pedestrians after midnight could spook anyone. But the idling engine crept at our pace, inch by inch, until the bumper hovered less than 2 feet from Jordan's backpack. We stepped farther onto the grass. The car matched us, tires crunching gravel at the edge, engine low but deliberate. No window rolled down, no voice called out, no attempt to steer around. Just a steady, crawling grind of rubber on stone. I froze. Something primal pricked the back of my neck. I glanced at Jordan. His eyes widened, reflecting the phone's ghostly blue. We kept walking faster. The car matched. 10 seconds stretched into what felt like an hour. I pictured headlines, teenagers abducted on rural road. I forced a laugh, hoping the sound might crack whatever weird tension settled around us. But my voice came out thin. To our left rose a property we both recognized only from daytime drives. A broad lawn half consumed by kudzu, oak trees leaning toward the ditch, the house set deep behind them with no clear view from the street. The yard sloped upward in a small hill before flattening near the porch. At night the shadows knitted together like one giant blanket, perfect for hiding. I whispered to Jordan, "On 3 up the hill." He nodded once, shoulders tight. We counted silently, 1, 2, 3. We bolted. Grass hissed under sneakers, dew-soaking socks as we scrambled up the incline. Branches slapped our cheeks, leaves snagged shirt sleeves. I didn't dare look back. We darted between 2 oaks and dropped flat onto our stomachs, chests heaving, elbows grinding dirt as we wormed behind a low curtain of ligustrum bushes. From that vantage the road remained visible through thin gaps. The car's red taillight glow-tinted leaves crimson. It stopped across from where we'd veered off, idled there, silent except for a muted rumble. No door opened. No window lowered. Just that engine breathing. My pulse hammered so loud I thought whoever sat behind the wheel might hear. Minutes or maybe seconds passed. I lost count. Jordan's breathing rasped shallow beside me. Eventually, as if bored, the driver pressed the accelerator. The roar wasn't deafening but throaty, confident, a sound deliberately flexed. Tires squealed faintly as the car lurched forward, then accelerated in a spray of gravel. Taillights shrank until swallowed by curve and darkness. We didn't move right away. Fear anchored our limbs. Every cricket remained silent, as if the engine's echo still hung heavy in the air. Only when Jordan whispered, "They're gone," did we dare rise to crouches. My jeans clung wet at the knees, heart still thrashing. Home lay half a mile ahead, but the road felt unsafe. We decided to cut behind properties, weaving through thin strips of woods that separated backyards. We skirted chain-link fences, ducked beneath clotheslines hung with ghostly white towels, and hopped shallow drainage ditches that sliced lots like scars. We moved quickly but tried not to rustle too many leaves, half expecting headlights to swing into each driveway. At one point we tripped over a discarded lawn chair and froze as porch dogs barked 2 houses away. When nothing else stirred, we pushed on. I hated how small we felt. Every flicker of porch light looked like a spotlight trained on us. Branches clawed our arms. The summer night that had earlier felt balmy now tasted metallic with panic. We finally reached the clearing behind our own backyard. Our property sits lower than our neighbors, and a small creek snakes along the rear. We leapt it in one stride, thumped across damp grass, and climbed the wooden steps onto our deck. Jordan unlocked the kitchen door with trembling hands. The house exhaled conditioned air as we slipped inside. Dad still snored. The microwave clock glowed 3:27 a.m. We killed every downstairs light as a reflex, then crept to the living room window that faces the street. For a full 5 minutes we saw nothing but shadows. Then headlights appeared at the far corner, the same uneven glare. The car cruised past our driveway slowly, as though scanning numbers on mailboxes. We crouched behind the couch as it rolled by. 2 minutes later, the glow returned from the opposite direction, this time even slower. The driver paused directly in front of our yard. I could almost imagine eyes sweeping the lawn, searching for shapes. Then another rev, another squeal, and the car sped off. Jordan and I held our breath until we counted a full 60 seconds of silence. When we dared peek again, the street lay empty. We waited 15 minutes before convincing ourselves the threat ended, at least for the night. Mom came home at dawn to find both of us still awake, clutching mugs of coffee we hadn't drunk. She scolded us first for staying up so late on screen time, then for sneaking out at all. When we explained, her face paled several shades. She wrapped each of us in the kind of hug that warns you the world's teeth are sharper than you realize. I expected Dad to laugh it off. He'd fought in Desert Storm and rarely met a scare he didn't minimize. But when he heard the story, he cursed softly and called a family friend on the sheriff's patrol. He described the vehicle, dark, possibly navy or black, low-riding, maybe a Mustang based on the exhaust note. No plate number. Our view had been either too dark or too panicked to capture details. The deputy promised to increase drive-bys at night, but with no crime committed, there wasn't much else. The following evenings blurred. We didn't leave the yard after sundown for weeks. Every distant engine rumble sent Jordan scampering to the window. Even I found myself pausing Spotify whenever a car door slammed somewhere down the block. Friends at school teased us for being dramatic, but late at night, when cicadas droned and the wind rustled pines just enough to mimic tires on gravel, we both replayed those minutes crouched behind bushes, listening to an idling stranger choose whether to get out. Looking back, I still don't know what that driver wanted. Curiosity? Mischief? Something worse? The way he matched our pace and lingered where we disappeared suggests some predatory calculation, or at least a sinister thrill. People love to say, nothing really happened, but almost does count. Almost is sometimes the only warning you get. If you wander after midnight under the easy banner of nostalgia and mobile games, remember unknown roads can pivot from harmless to hazardous in a heartbeat. Always stay alert. Always trust that small voice in the back of your mind yelling that something feels wrong. It might be the difference between an uncomfortable memory and a headline. To whoever prowled those back roads, hunting possibilities behind your steering wheel, I hope we never cross paths again. I never expected a part-time job at a small grocery store to turn into the kind of story you tell long after you've left town, but that is exactly what happened 4 years ago. Back then I was 24, doing a maintenance gig that covered everything from mopping spills to fixing the bottle machines outside. My friends Liz and Bree were both cashiers on the front end. Liz had just finished high school and loved to chat about stories she hoped to write one day. Bree was a couple of years younger than me, sharp as a tack, and always ready to offer relationship advice whenever I spent too long complaining about my long-distance girlfriend. The store sat in the center of a modest Alabama town, a squat brick building wedged between an auto parts shop and a diner that still took only cash. The parking lot rarely looked full unless it was the first of the month or the week before Thanksgiving. On most shifts we dealt with the usual mix of polite families, coupon warriors, and the handful of locals everyone quietly described as characters. One man walked the aisles in a Mickey Mouse costume every other Friday, humming the old theme song and waving at children. Another regular, folks called him Barks, stumbled through the automatic doors around dusk, already smelling like cheap whiskey, and barked like a beagle at unsuspecting shoppers until a manager guided him gently outside. Most of the homeless folks were harmless and, to be honest, friendly once you learned their routines. One guy rode a rust-eaten mountain bike from dumpster to dumpster, always strumming a battered guitar he never bothered to tune. He never caused trouble except for blocking the entryway when he tried to play a 10-minute solo. 2 exceptions broke that easy rhythm. The first was a stranger who tried to lunge at our shift manager one night. Tony, our stock clerk, had no choice but to grab the man in a headlock until police arrived. The second was Brandon, though everyone called him Brad. He is the reason Liz, Bree, and I learned how fast a harmless nuisance can turn into a personal threat. It began on a slow morning in early spring. I had just finished clearing the bins in the bow return room outside the store. The machines jammed if you left too many cans inside, so I tried to stay ahead of them. When I stepped back through the sliding doors, I saw Brad leaning on the candy shelf near Register 3, talking to Liz. She stood stiff as a fence post and offered forced smiles while scanning items for an elderly woman who clearly wanted to get home. Brad looked older than I had guessed before, maybe mid-40s, sunburnt skin, scraggly beard, and a greasy camo jacket that still smelled like campfire even though no burn bans had lifted in weeks. He always spoke with a slow drawl, but that morning he sounded almost slurred, half breakfast, half whatever he had pulled from a brown paper bag before dawn. He stood too close to Liz, asking questions nobody asks a stranger. Her middle name, her favorite flower, whether she liked long walks under the stars. I could see she wanted an escape. A customer in my line, an older lady wearing reading glasses on a beaded chain, was pulling bags from her cart, so I used the excuse. "Liz," I called, "you have a customer waiting at the express lane." It wasn't exactly true, the lane was empty, but Liz picked up the cue, grabbed her scanning gun, and slid around Brad before he realized what happened. He lingered another minute, then drifted toward the freezer section mumbling about people having no manners. Later Liz finished her shift, eyes swollen from holding nerves in check. She asked if I could walk her to her car, which sat in the far corner of the lot. I didn't blame her. Brad had a habit of pedaling slow laps between the rows, pretending to tune that guitar while he watched whoever came out the automatic doors. We saw no trace of him that afternoon. Liz thanked me, climbed into her dented Corolla, and drove away still shaking. I clocked out and headed to the break room, where Bree filled me in on what Brad had actually said. He'd invited Liz to meet him at the park downtown so he could play her a sweet tune and show her a real man's sunset. Liz refused politely, but he kept pushing, offering energy drinks, then rides on his bike, until she invented a boyfriend on the spot. She said later that his smile never matched his eyes and that, even when she laughed off his suggestions, his stare stuck to her like wet leaves. 3 weeks later Liz handed in her notice after landing a barista job at the coffee shop up the street. She told me Brad had already been kicked out of that cafe for badgering guests, and she felt safer behind a register that had a counter between her and the customers. After Liz left, Brad toned down for a while. He'd drift in, trade small talk about the weather or the high school football score, then leave without buying anything but a roll of chewing gum. We stayed wary but relieved. Then one humid day he tried the same approach on Bree. She was witty enough to deflect without stumbling. When Brad leaned across her belt and said she had eyes that could drown a man, she smiled and replied that her girlfriend felt the same way. The lie stalled him. He squinted as though adding numbers that refused to total. "Well," he muttered, "I'm around if you change your mind." From then on Brad hovered near her lane anytime she clocked in, observing, maybe daydreaming, but never speaking again. It turned into a silent standoff. Bree would scan groceries as though he didn't exist, and he would lurk at the impulse rack fiddling with trading cards he never bought. My own run-in came 2 months into summer. July heat shimmered over the parking lot, and everything smelled like melting asphalt mixed with stale soda from the bottle machines. I was lugging patriotic banners and bags of charcoal into the vestibule for an Independence Day display. Will, the assistant manager on duty, wrestled a stack of beach coolers behind me. Brad pedaled up the sidewalk, guitar slung across his back like a lopsided flag. He parked the bike inside the yellow-painted zone and stepped through the first set of doors to where we were building a cardboard Statue of Liberty. Will greeted him with a nod but kept taping banners because corporate expected the display finished by lunch. Brad sidled closer, trying to chat. Will shook his head. "Sorry, can't talk right now." Brad's mood flipped. He called Will the N-word even though Will is as white as printer paper. Maybe in Brad's scrambled dictionary the slur meant jerk, but I saw two kids in swimsuits waiting for their mom to load pool noodles into a cart. I stepped between Brad and the families drifting inside. Please watch your language, I told him. There are kids here. Brad rolled his shoulders, sneered, said the word again on purpose, louder. I raised my voice back exactly one notch. Enough. You need to leave if you can't calm down. He laughed, told me I was stupid for not knowing history. Will radioed the front office. Guests refusing to leave. Brad glared at me once more, mumbled something about brainless drones, and stormed across the mats towards sunshine. I thought that temper flare was finished, but minutes later Will pulled me into the dairy cooler to file a quick incident note. While we filled the form, a cashier radioed that Brad had slipped back inside, pacing near the greeting card aisle. Mark, our store supervisor, marched out from the office with a stance like he meant business. When I returned from break, Mark and Brad faced each other at the service desk. Mark is barely 5'6" on a good day, but his years running stores gave him a steel posture. Brad may have had a few inches and 30 pounds on him, yet Mark didn't blink as he ordered Brad out of the store for good. Brad spat on the floor, hissed something about corporate slaves, and stomped outside to his bike. I figured that closed the chapter. I still needed to wipe finger smudges from the ballroom windows, so I grabbed cleaner and headed toward the machine shed. Halfway through spraying the first pane, I felt someone behind me. You need to quit this place and find a job where they hire retards, Brad said in a low monotone that slid ice down my spine. I gripped the spray bottle so tightly the plastic crinkled. He didn't wait for a reply, just hopped on the bike and pedaled hard out of the lot, chain rattling like loose change. His words sank into my skin. I kept wiping, palm trembling, picturing how he might swing the guitar like a bat if I turned. When the windows shone streak-free, I walked straight to the office and wrote everything down. Mark read my statement, nodded, and placed a trespass order through the regional security line. He insisted on walking me to the bus stop after close to make sure Brad didn't circle back. 2 uneasy weeks passed. Each day I braced for the clatter of that worn-out bike, or the screech of his guitar strings outside the entrance, but nothing. Then, on a sticky afternoon, a different man wheeled himself into the produce section. He was rail-thin, missing most of his front teeth, one pant leg pinned above the knee to reveal a scuffed prosthetic. Locals called him Carver. He sold scrap metal, collected receipts from dumpster lids, and spent nights under the bypass. Carver waved me over as I finished facing banana bunches. Heard you had a problem with Brad, he said, voice gravelly. I nodded, unsure where this would lead. Carver leaned forward. I'm your cousin now, he declared with a sly grin. Told Brad that. Explained he'd best leave you be. I frowned, not following. Carver patted my shoulder. Guy picked a fight with the wrong fella last week. Got his jaw rattled, gear stolen. Karma, man. Relief crossed my chest like a cool draft. I thanked him, feeling awkward yet strangely protected. Carver shrugged it off. If he troubles you again, you holler. He wheeled away, humming off-key. Brad never returned. Perhaps he moved on to a different town. Perhaps, as Carver implied, he crossed someone who didn't mind swinging harder than words. The trespass order stayed in the office binder, but the pages gathered dust. Liz flourished at the coffee shop, recommending roasts to college kids between study sessions. Bree transferred to bookkeeping and eventually started dating the girlfriend she'd invented to get Brad off her back. Sometimes jokes become reality. I stayed on maintenance long enough to finish an online certification and move into HVAC repair at a nearby plant. Every so often, when I mop a breakroom spill or scrub a stubborn soda stain, I remember that day in the vestibule, the slur echoing off metal carts, the way Brad's goodbye insult felt like a thumb pressing the soft place below my skull. It taught me how thin the line is between an oddball you tolerate and a threat you must confront. People ask whether the episode was truly frightening or merely uncomfortable. I tell them fear is like heat. You don't always register it until after the burn. In the moment you just act, deflect, protect, file the report. Then hours later the what-ifs crawl out. What if Brad had hidden behind the dumpster? What if he waited at the bus stop when Mark drove away? What if Liz or Bree had clocked out alone that night? Yet life kept turning. We still stocked shelves, still scanned coupons, still laughed about the Mickey Mouse guy whenever his foam mirrors got stuck in the turnstiles. We learned, though, that vigilance matters. We learned how to back each other's play, a quick walkie call, a casual lie about a customer waiting, a supervisor escort under streetlights. Most of all, we learned that once in a while kindness and caution must share the same breath. You can be friendly to regulars, but you must also recognize when friendliness is mistaken for invitation. I walk into plenty of grocery stores these days, tools slung on my belt, to check refrigeration units before a holiday rush. Whenever I see a young cashier forcing a polite smile at a customer who lingers too long, I remember Liz's grateful hug in the parking lot and Mark's silent vigil at the bus stop. I give the cashier a nod on my way out, just to say someone is watching her back. Then I drive home along moon-washed roads, grateful my worst encounter ended with words instead of something heavier, and hopeful that Brad, wherever he wandered, finally found a tune worth playing that didn't drown someone else's boundaries. I was 24 that spring, old enough to be working 80-hour weeks and young enough to believe that, if I just carved out one night of honest quiet, I could somehow reset every gear in my mind. Alone time had become my favorite medication. Once or twice a month, whenever work at the call center felt like wet sandbags hanging off my shoulders and family dinners dissolved into 5 simultaneous arguments I never asked to referee, I would steal a night for myself. I kept a small overnight bag under my bed, 3 changes of underwear, 1 pair of sweatpants, a paperback mystery novel dog-eared in the middle, an oversized t-shirt soft enough to count as a security blanket, and a travel bottle of lavender lotion that cost too much but smelled like permission to breathe. After work on those days I would slide the bag into my trunk, breeze out onto the highway, and head for the Cedar Grove Inn at the north end of town. The inn sat behind a Mexican restaurant and a shuttered roller rink, close enough to downtown that you could pretend you were still living a city life, far enough from the interstate that traffic never echoed through the parking lot. It was the sort of place real estate agents call unfussy. 2 floors, no elevator, trimmed hedges out front that withstood both drought and overwatering, and a marble-looked counter inside that had yellowed at the edges like old teeth. But the rooms were tidy, the water pressure miraculous, and the owners, Mr. and Mrs. Patel, treated me as though I were an extended cousin who showed up regularly but always left larger tips than expected. They remembered my name, how I took my complimentary coffee, which pillow firmness sent me into instant hibernation. They never asked whether I was running from someone or escaping something. They only handed me a key with a discreet nod that said the room understood secrets are best left folded between sheets. The routine became sacred. Clock out Friday at 5 p.m., circle through the drive-thru for fried rice and chicken buns, arrive at Cedar Grove before dusk, stash my phone inside the desk drawer, and watch whatever movie marathon the late-night channel had queued up. I would stretch across the crisp duvet and sink into a mental stillness so sharp it hummed, the kind grown adults advertise as mindfulness but rarely touch. One Friday that routine fractured. I had survived the kind of week that left monks clutching rosary beads, 3 system outages, 2 screaming customers who treated cruel words as sport, and 1 family group chat that melted into an unresolvable standoff about who would host Thanksgiving. I'd booked my Cedar Grove room online Monday and spent 4 days fantasizing about the moment the lock clicked shut behind me. At 5:01 p.m., I sprinted to my Corolla, hurled my bag onto the passenger seat, and peeled onto the main road with only the traffic light's red glare to slow me. I sang off-key to 1990s pop all the way across town. By the time I reached the inn, my throat was raw, but I wore the loose grin of a soldier who spots home through night vision goggles. My grin vanished when I saw the NO vacancy sign glowing bloody red against the lobby's frosted glass window. Inside, Mr. Patel shook his head in apology, hands folded over the counter, as though he had been waiting to deliver the blow. A regional soccer tournament had swept through town, he explained, and by lunch the inn had been swallowed whole by families in matching jerseys. The soccer teams must have trampled every single hotel from downtown to the bypass, because the next 3 places I visited displayed similar neon confessions: full, full, full. One chain behind a gas station quoted me nearly $300 for a smoking room that smelled like wet ash. Another tried to sell me a suite twice my budget. I circled for an hour until dusk scraped the sky brown, and the energy I'd banked all week leaked out through my spine. I should have doubled back to my apartment, but heading home felt like surrender. The idea of returning to walls that echoed with my mother's voicemail reminders and my father's TV sports commentary made my chest pulse with irritation. I wanted solitude, not a front row seat to every argument paused mid-sentence. So I drove west, following streets that grew thinner and more pockmarked, past convenience stores where flickering bulbs replaced signs, past warehouses so quiet they seemed abandoned. When the last strip mall facade slid behind me, I saw a tan stucco rectangle hunched beside a convenience store. 2 tall palm trees bent overhead like guards too tired to stand straight. The peeling sign announced Spring Acres Hotel in fading teal letters, the kind that once promised vacationers a lawn pool and free iced tea but now looked apologetic. Strung beneath the main sign hung a smaller, gleaming miracle: vacancy. My interior voice muttered, "Pick somewhere else." The asphalt lot was cracked, weeds punching through tar like needy fingers. A single dim bulb above the office door buzzed in protest. But clouds had already smothered twilight, the date on the dashboard flicked closer to midnight than I liked to admit, and the thought of looping past those NO vacancy signs again sounded worse than any dingy mattress. "Just one night," I said out loud, as though bargaining with a roommate. How bad could it be? I parked halfway down the lot and gathered my overnight bag. The office door jangled against a bell when I stepped inside. A yellowed plastic fern in the corner sagged like it had given up photosynthesis. Behind the counter stood an elderly man whose features sympathized with the crumpled fern: silver hair combed sideways, skin creased with deep grooves, eyes watery but alert. He blinked, then managed a polite smile that didn't quite reach his mouth. "Evening," he said, voice gentle. "Travelers heading south for the weekend?" "No travelers," I answered, hoisting my bag onto the counter. "Just need a room for the night. Single. Non-smoking if possible." He nodded, reached behind him to a wooden cubby stacked with actual brass keys instead of digital cards, then paused and squinted. "You know, you look young to be here alone." His tone wobbled between grandfatherly concern and something harder to classify. "Most girls who walk in around dark have somebody with them." I shrugged, pretending the comment slid off me. Nothing unusual about a woman traveling solo. His gaze bounced from my bag to my eyes and back again. After a slow exhale, he selected a key. "My wife's particular about curtains," he said. "Doesn't want stains on fabric. If you bring food inside, do your best not to grease the drapes." He chuckled as if his wife overreacted to housekeeping. Then he placed the key on the blotter like a challenge. "Room 15, second level, far corner." I forced a smile wide enough to conceal the instinctual prickle running along my arms. "I'll be careful." The key weighed more than I expected, thick brass tag stamped with a faded 15, and the faint tang of metal polish. Outside, darkness had cooled the air enough to raise goosebumps. My sandals slapped shallow puddles left by an afternoon sprinkle. The second-floor walkway creaked underfoot. As I climbed the metal steps, I noticed a battered white Acura idling near the back fence. Its headlights were off, but the engine rumbled like a smoker clearing her throat. I told myself the driver was checking directions or waiting for a friend. Still, an ache settled at the base of my skull. I focused on counting doors: 13, 14, 15. The room sat at the very end of the walkway, the corner light buzzing overhead. Beside the door, a fire extinguisher rested behind dull glass. For one irrational second I pictured that scene from Psycho, where a knife rips through shower steam, then chided myself for letting horror trivia creep in. Inside, the room smelled faintly of citrus cleanser layered over something older and damp. Beige wallpaper curled at seams. A lamp with a crooked shade cast an amber circle on the nightstand. Heavy curtains, crimson with an outdated floral pattern, hung wide open to the parking lot where lights shone like probes. Anyone glancing up from cars below could see the entire bed. I yanked them closed, dragging the thick fabric tight, then snapped the deadbolt through the safety latch and secured the chain for good measure. Only then did my lungs release a full breath. My shoulders sagged. For all its sagging wallpaper and suspicious carpet stains, the room was mine alone. I set the boxed fried rice on the dresser beside the flat-screen TV, kicked off sandals, and flipped channels until a rerun of a 1990s comedy filled the silence. The laugh track bounced around the room like company too polite to judge. I curled on the bed, chopsticks poised, and let soy sauce warmth settle the hollowness in my stomach. I barely remember tipping the container into the trash or setting the chopsticks on the table. One moment the sitcom flashed a punch line, the next, darkness lifted like a blindfold. I must have drifted into the kind of accidental nap that leaves your mind floating just below the surface of awareness. When I blinked awake, the clock on the bedside phone read 10:02 p.m. My neck ached from sleeping at an angle. I rubbed the stiffness and debated calling it a night. But the day's grime still clung to my skin, and the thought of crawling beneath sheets without washing away sweat felt wrong. I grabbed my toiletries from the duffel and stepped into the bathroom. Hotel bathrooms always unsettled me a little. Even Cedar Grove's immaculate white tile triggered faint echoes of Psycho, if the light hit the shower curtain just right. This bathroom intensified that tension. The fluorescent bulb buzzed overhead, its glow too bright, too yellow. The caulk around tiles looked patched in spots. The tub tap squeaked like it objected to movement. I stripped, avoiding the mirror. As steam rose, I let the water batter my shoulders until muscles melted. Memories of the white Acura flickered behind my eyelids but dissolved beneath heat. I lathered my hair twice. By the time I shut off the water, steam coated the mirror in opaque fog. Maybe tension was mostly in my head. Wrapped in a thin towel, I padded back to the bedroom, flicking moisture from my hair. I checked the door chain, still latched. Curtains still pressed against windows. I dropped the towel, climbed into bed, and tugged the extra blanket over my waist. The room's air conditioner rattled just loud enough to mimic soft thunder. My eyelids weighed double. What happened next unraveled so quickly that even now my memory plays it uneven, as though frames were dropped. Somewhere between lying down and full sleep, a crash exploded from outside the door. My heart jackhammered. I bolted upright, cold towels slipping from damp shoulders. The crash repeated. Ting! Shatter. The unmistakable sound of tempered glass smashing onto concrete. For one unsteady beat, I convinced myself a guest had dropped a suitcase onto a railing. Then came a metallic thud against my door, heavy, deliberate, like a battering ram guided by rage. I froze in the center of the bed, senses flooding with adrenaline. The memory of the fire extinguisher case crystallized. Someone must have smashed the glass, yanked the extinguisher free, and was now wielding it as a weapon. The door shuddered under another collision. Metal scraped as if searching for weak points. The sound of exhaled breath reached me, short, animal huffing. Each thud vibrated in the carpet fibers. Fear clamped cold fingers around my spine. Instinct said hide, but another voice, curiosity or caution, whispered to see. Without fully choosing, I slid off the bed and tiptoed forward until my toes kissed the threshold between carpet and tile. The next blow rattled the deadbolt. I reached for common sense and instead unlatched the security chain, cracked the door 3 inches, and peered out. A nightmare waited on the walkway. He stood maybe 5'7" but thick in the chest. Greasy black hair hung around a face carved rough, as though someone had chiseled features in haste and left edges jagged. His eyes, God, those eyes, were glassy pits reflecting nothing except perhaps the end already written in his mind. His breath steamed in the night air. In both hands he gripped the red cylinder of the fire extinguisher. White dust caked across the nozzle where he must have triggered it earlier. Through the narrow gap he saw me. A grin stretched his lips slow as tar. There she is, he hissed, voice coated in satisfaction, as if the search had finally paid off. I slammed the door. The chain clicked back, the latch snapped. Another violent blow landed inches from my ear. The chain held but groaned like old bone. The stranger cursed, shouted that I'd be sorry. Every strike felt like a countdown. Furniture options flashed. Armoire? Too heavy. Desk chair? Maybe. I dragged the chair against the carpet, wedged its back under the knob. I wanted a weapon but found nothing but decorative lamps and a flimsy clothes hanger. My phone lay on the nightstand, but dial tones could not outrun brute force. His next blow landed. The door splintered at the hinge. The chain sagged. Hard ricocheting, I yelled the only words that burned hot enough. "You shouldn't be here, you fucking piece of shit! Get the fuck away from my door!" My voice cracked but blasted louder than expected. Silence answered, thick and immediate. No blow followed. I pressed an ear to the door, listening. Nothing. Then I heard voices along the walkway, faint but growing, two men trading low murmurs. Footsteps approached, accompanied by the rhythmic beam of flashlights sweeping railings. The attacker must have stepped back to avoid detection. I exhaled, chest still heaving. A second later the footsteps reached the far stairwell, and the voices drifted downward. I waited, counting breaths. Quiet settled again. I eased the chair from under the knob, kept every chain secured, crawled into bed wearing nothing but damp hair, and pulled the heavy blanket over my head. The adrenaline crash hit, legs trembling, stomach churning, but exhaustion weighed heavier. Eventually, fear blurred into dreamlessness. I never expected one string of weekend parties to slice through so many years of my life, but the memories still hang together the way rows of colored lights dangle off an old porch, flickering, tangled, and impossible to ignore once they switch on. It all began when I was barely 19, brand new to legal adulthood yet already certain I knew how to navigate every risk that waited between Friday evening and Monday morning. Looking back, I can see how naive that confidence was, how many dangers can slip in through open doors before anyone notices the breeze. At the center of those memories is Dana, my best friend at the time, and her boyfriend Mike. They rented a narrow condo on the edge of a small city 45 minutes from the suburb where I lived with my parents. Dana was the first person in our circle to move out of family housing and into a place with a table that nobody older than 22 had ever sat around. Her address became our weekend headquarters, our automatic answer whenever anyone asked, "What's happening Saturday?" Most weekends I clocked out from my 4-day job on Thursday night, packed a shoulder bag with one change of clothes and a toothbrush, and drove west through commuter traffic toward her street, a row of sleepy duplexes that never stayed sleepy once her living room stereo started pulsing. Those drives felt like stepping through a portal, gray office floors behind me, neon drink cups ahead. Dana carried a contagious excitement about every detail. She adored decorating with strings of cheap lights, she practiced cocktail recipes she found online, she hunted thrift shops for lava lamps that still worked. Because she saw her home as an open stage, a party sprouted almost every Friday or Saturday, sometimes both. And because I was her longest-running friend, I showed up without invitation, let myself in with the key she hid under the skinny plaster gnome on her porch, and treated her couch as though it shared my last name on the lease. In that swirl of music and mismatched barstools, I knew only a handful of people deeply. Dana and Mike were anchors, and several mutual friends. Rian with her vinyl collection, Shannon who owned more band t-shirts than any tour stand I had ever visited, Rowan who dazzled everyone with magic tricks that involved actual lit matches, formed the rest of my tiny comfort zone. But as Dana built new friendships closer to her new zip code, each party filled with more strangers whose names I forgot before my second drink. That never bothered me. I leaned hard into my reputation for being warm, curious, unafraid to share a couch with someone I had met 90 seconds earlier. Some of those strangers became repeat characters, the sword I waved to across the cluttered counter on subsequent weekends. Most drifted away without making an impression. Only one ever churned the entire scene into something far darker. His real name doesn't matter anymore. I call him Keith because any name will do for a face that still lurks in the side mirror of old memories. The night he walked into Dana's living room, I was already loose with laughter. I remember tilting back a shot in the kitchen with Shannon and Rowan, then wandering out to the living room where an uneven game of beer pong was drawing cheers from both teams. Someone pressed a plastic cup into my hand. Another person, maybe Rian, shouted over bass-heavy speakers to come join the next round. I lost badly, spilled enough cheap beer down my shirt to smell like a pub floor, and retreated to Dana's second-hand couch to catch my breath. That's where Keith materialized beside me. "Well, hello?" he called over the music. He was older than most faces there. Maybe 24, lean, brown hair cropped short, honey-colored eyes that didn't quite match the half-smile on his mouth. Because friendliness was muscle memory for me, I turned fully, stuck out my hand, and introduced myself. He mirrored the gesture, squeezing a bit too tight. "I'm Keith," he said, voice pitched low as if we shared a private joke even though we had exchanged 10 words. Before I could ask whose friend he was, another friend tugged me off the couch toward the hallway. In a blink, Keith faded into the crowded background. I don't remember seeing him leave. I don't remember anything strange in how that night ended, just the usual blur of Dana distributing blankets, me falling asleep on the couch while someone scrolled through late-night cartoons. 2 afternoons later, a new number flashed on my phone. Working Mondays through Thursdays gave me a long Friday morning to sleep in, so at first the buzz felt annoying. Then I squinted at the unfamiliar digits and opened the message. "Hey, it's Keith from the other night. Bummed we didn't get to talk longer." At first I blinked, scrolling through mental snapshots. Keith? Oh, the guy with the light eyes, the handshake that lingered. No alarm bells rang. I was used to exchanging numbers with party guests. The odd piece was that I hadn't given him mine. When I asked where he got it, he said he had asked Dana's boyfriend just before leaving. Mike must have considered it harmless. I shrugged off the detail, continued the conversation. We laughed about hangovers, swapped quick comments about our jobs. He claimed he worked nights doing inventory stocking at a warehouse, then moved on to jokes about 80s movies because Dana's next party already had an 80s theme. In those opening days, Keith came across as witty, sarcastic in a gentle way, awake at the same absurd hours I kept. He made fun of the same music videos, confessed he had once tried to build a hacky sack routine and failed, teased me about my childhood obsession with root beer floats. Our texts filled lunchtime breaks. Our calls sometimes stretched past 2 in the morning. I treated him like any other new friend, someone who liked my jokes, someone who responded quickly if I texted a random meme. I noticed he rarely mentioned friends of his own, never described roommates or siblings. But plenty of people keep social circles small. The next theme party arrived like clockwork, Mike's 80s birthday bash. I sprayed my hair into a crispy tower, swiped electric blue eyeshadow across my lids, and slipped into neon leggings with a thrift store windbreaker. Everyone looked like a cut scene from an old workout tape. While we hopped in Dana's living room to "Take on Me," I shouted over the music to ask Dana whether Keith would show. She frowned, kept bouncing in place, and yelled back that the name didn't ring a bell. Her confusion pricked memory in a small, sharp way. Later, when Rian crashed on the couch and I made a pillow pit on the floor, I asked Rian whether she had invited Keith to any parties. She laughed, hair still stiff with hairspray, and said she had never heard of him. That was the first real jolt of weirdness. Still, nothing about Keith's messages had felt sinister, so I chalked up the confusion to a hazy memory of introductions. Maybe he was a friend of some other new guest, and I'd simply assumed a connection. Keith kept texting. Over the next month our chat threads multiplied. He laughed at my jokes, sent me memes about my favorite sci-fi show, asked follow-up questions about my job. When I opened up about struggles with my dad's critical temperament and past heartbreaks, he responded with patient sympathy. To be honest, he felt safer to confide in than some of my longtime acquaintances. He didn't flinch when I described how an ex had isolated me, how verbal digs had chipped away at my self-esteem until I barely recognized my own voice. Instead, he told me I deserved better, that people like my ex depended on partners who didn't know their strength. The comfort was addictive. One evening he texted, "Can I be honest?" I braced for the shift. He confessed a crush. He said he had grown to admire not just my humor but my light, the warmth I offered friends. He typed lengthy paragraphs about imagining dates. He'd drive us to a lakeside at dusk, pack grilled cheese sandwiches because he remembered how I loved them as a kid, cue a playlist of 80s power ballads as an inside joke. Part of me blushed at the attention, the rest of me felt the knot of unease tighten. I typed carefully, saying I valued him but only as a friend. He replied slower after that, but his messages doubled in volume. Little compliments peppered our chats. He sent selfies of himself making silly faces during overnight inventory shifts, invited me to text whenever insomnia circled. I started answering less often, not because he had offended me, but because I felt something coiling beneath his sweetness, something relentless. Around that time I reconnected on Facebook with Max, a childhood friend who had once felt like the sun in my teenage solar system before he moved 3 states away. We fell back into conversation instantly. Inside jokes, long recaps of lost years, confessions of former crushes we had hidden from each other at 16. Overnight phone calls replaced my nightly scroll-through memes routine. Within weeks Max and I blurted mutual feelings we had buried for years and labeled ourselves a couple despite distance. Those hours lit me from the inside. I forgot to check messages from anyone else. Keith's texts piled unanswered. Then tragedy sideswiped my world. Late one night near Thanksgiving, Max's aunt called sobbing. A highway accident, a lost control on a wet curve, medics unable to restart a heartbeat. The love I had just regained vanished in a siren's pulse. My universe buckled inward. Days blurred into tissue piles and friends holding vigil. Food tasted bitter, rooms felt too big. I stopped answering almost every phone call, floated through weeks in a half-dream. One day I opened a backlog of texts and noticed Keith had sent several concerned messages. "You okay? Haven't heard from you." At first I ignored them, too drained to explain grief to someone outside my inner circle. When heaviness began to shift months later, pain still present but silence less suffocating, I sent Keith a message apologizing for disappearing. He responded immediately with relief. Part of me needed that easy companionship again. Someone who hadn't witnessed the aftermath in person, someone at a comfortable distance. For several weeks we messaged casually. He shared jokes, random photos of sunsets he saw on delivery shifts, memes about insomnia. I tried to keep the tone steady, boundaries clear. He accepted the friendship facade, or seemed to. Then late one Thursday I was drying dishes with a friend after pasta night when my phone rang. Keith's name. I answered with a chipper, "Hey!" expecting a quick story. Instead, heavy breathing filled the line. At first I thought he was jogging. Then breath turned to moans. Confusion scorched my cheeks. I laughed nervously, expecting him to snap out of a bad dial. But the moans sharpened, wet, definitely sexual, and my name spilled from his mouth like a climax. Heat crawled up my neck, not desire but humiliation and anger. I shouted, "Stop! What the hell?" He chuckled, a low, satisfied sound, and asked if I liked the surprise. I slammed the disconnect button, palms buzzing with adrenaline and disgust. My friend stared, dish towel in hand, as I choked out what happened. We ranted, tossed around words like creep and violation, but part of me hoped it was a one-off drunken lapse. Keith texted an apology minutes later, claiming alcohol and loneliness as excuses. I fired back a warning, "Ever pull that again, we're done." The apologies kept coming. Then photos. At first they appeared blurred in notifications. I made the mistake of opening one, a graphic selfie below the waist. My stomach flipped. I blocked the number, but he used a different one, then another. Each time I blocked, he found an alternative path, messaging apps, unknown emails. Some days he switched tactics, sending paragraphs insisting he was spiraling, begging for help, claiming nobody understood him but me. He said he had pills lined up, that my reply was the only lifeline. Fear and empathy warred in my chest. After losing Max, I hated ignoring anyone's cry for help. I called Keith during one of those pleas. He sobbed, described bottles of liquor and painkillers on his table. I spent hours coaxing, reasoning, reminding him of therapy resources. He promised he'd seek help. Days later I woke to another hateful rant. You bitch, you led me on. The cycle repeated: desperation, hostility, apologies, explicit photos, threats of self-harm, blame. Each swing sharpened my anxiety. I vented to friends. None had dealt with harassment that slippery. We debated cops versus changing my phone number. Stubborn anxiety told me changing numbers would punish me, uproot my normal contacts, let him dictate my life. A foolish stance, maybe, but it felt like keeping my ground. The final shove came on an otherwise quiet weekday morning when my phone lit with a block of text longer than any novel excerpt. I skimmed insults: whore, liar, useless. But one paragraph froze my fingers. He celebrated Max's death, wrote that Max deserved to die, taunted that I should have been there to watch the blood, insisted I would replay the crash image forever if life were fair. My vision tunneled. Grief ripped open anew, rage pouring through. I called my father. Our relationship had dents, but in crisis he still stood taller than fear. Through sobs I told him everything: the late-night call, the photos, the threats, the new text. He asked for the number. 30 minutes later he messaged me a new phone number under our family plan and said, "Your brothers and I will handle anything else." 3 older brothers, 2 tatted giants, 1 an off-duty police officer, made sure Keith understood the word consequences. I do not know what they said or did. I never again heard from Keith. I spent months checking shadows, sealing social media, rejecting friend requests from names I didn't recognize. Dana and Mike eventually split. Dana moved out of that condo, and the party era fizzled to fond nostalgia with edges burned away. Years passed. I switched careers, traveled, adopted routines Max would have loved, stayed vigilant with personal data. Sometimes when a stranger at a bar asks for my number, I feel phantom chills but still smile, still trust the world enough to meet new people. Only now I exchange digits in public spaces, confirm mutual friends, and keep boundary lines bright as stadium floodlights. I kept my promise to myself and Max, to live fully. But I never let myself forget that kindness without caution can lure open gates for predators who study generosity as a weakness. Every time an unknown number pings my phone, I pause, breathe, and remember that the person on the other side may not be the face they first presented. That pause is my armor, thin but tempered by lessons I will never be forced to repeat. Morning light seeped through the curtain edges, prying my eyes open. The phone bleated. When I answered, a clipped male voice barked that I was past checkout. Before I could apologize, a woman with a thick Indian accent took over, informing me I needed to pay for another night or leave immediately. No mention of the door's damage or the attack. Shock gave way to anger. I dressed, shoved belongings into my duffel, then swung the door open. Shattered safety glass glittered like frost on the walkway. The extinguisher case stood empty, metal frame bent. Deep dents bruised my door's surface where metal had slammed again and again. Each mark aligned with the chain's anchor as if measuring force. A couple on their way to breakfast slowed to stare at the mess, whispering. The old man from the office leaned through the service window when I reached ground level. Gone was last night's polite smile. His face twisted. "What in hell happened?" "Ruined my property." He jabbed a finger toward the stairwell. "You kids bring your nonsense here, smashing things." I blinked. Anger flared. "My nonsense? Someone tried to break into my room." He leaned closer, eyes like coals. "I don't hire security. Can't afford it. You break something, you pay." My laugh sliced the warm morning. "You're lucky I'm not calling the police to shut your place down. Install cameras. Do something about the creepy guy circling your lot in a white Acura." He opened his mouth, then shut it. Maybe he noticed the Acura too. Maybe he understood more than he admitted. Instead he muttered about irresponsible youth and scribbled on a ledger. I turned away, tossed my key onto the ledge, and marched to my car. The morning hum of traffic returned as I pulled onto the road, but fear clung to me like static, refusing to dislodge. For weeks nightmares replayed, the door trembling, jaws snapping, eyes black pits, my voice cracking but loud. In daylight, I researched crime rates in that neighborhood. Unsurprisingly, burglary incidents spiked in abandoned commercial strips. I reported my story anonymously to an online forum and read a dozen replies from travelers who faced similar terrors in forgotten motels. Some recommended carrying door wedges or portable alarms. I bought both. Others shared worse endings. I pressed my palm to the tiny scars on my front door where the chain tissues had stretched and thanked a universe of chance that by screaming I'd startled evil just long enough for footsteps to echo. I never returned to Spring Acres. I never again risked any hotel without reviews or visible security cameras. Cedar Grove, once vacancy reopened, became my sanctuary anew, only now I also brought a sturdy rubber doorstop and texted friends my room number, just in case. Each time I slide the bolt, I feel the faintest echo of a chain holding firm against metal rage. And every time I take a hotel shower, I glance at the crack between curtain and wall, just to be certain that what stands beyond the steam is nothing more than safe silence.